spring with a dream of a ring. With champion spelled out by the name of the team. I'm in love with this time of the year. I've been patiently waiting, and now the big game is finally here.
I'm ready to rock and roll. Here we go.
I know I'm asking a lot, you guys. Hunter is down one more time.
And he's dropped like a rock. Big hole, Samuel. Oh, he's gone.
Almighty, did you see what he did?
Boykin takes it all the way.
He just stepped on their face with a hobnail boot and broke their nose.
Here comes the pressure from the edges. We're going to get, no, he got out. And then we drilled him into the turf again.
Joe will try to kick one 100,000 miles.
And the kick is gone.
Oh, look at the sugar falling out of the sky. Look at the sugar falling out of the sky.
From sunny Sanford Stadium in Athens, Georgia, it's opening day for the 23rd ranked Georgia Bulldogs before the 58th consecutive sellout crowd here between the hedges. The Bulldogs play host to the Ragin' Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette in the first meeting ever between the two schools. Redshirt freshman quarterback Aaron Murray, the baby-faced young man from Tampa, Florida, will lead Georgia today as the Dogs take on the Ragin' Cajuns, and Murray takes his first collegiate snap. Georgia will also pull off the curtain off its newly installed 3-4 defense. Louisiana head coach Ricky Bussell calls this a map game for his team. Win it, he says, and they're on the map. The Bulldogs are hoping to reformat the Cajuns' GPS here this afternoon. It's Georgia and Louisiana Lafayette coming up, and this is Countdown to Kickoff.
The Countdown to Kickoff is presented by BB&T. Visit us today and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC.
Oh, Des Bryant unloaded on. He takes it all the way for the second time this year.
Today's pregame coverage of Georgia football is also brought to you by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, by Eckrich Meats. It's Eckrich season. Make your moments rich with Eckrich. AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. And by Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. In less than 30 minutes, toe meets leather. We'll rejoin Scott Howard and Eric Zier for the Ford Keys to the Game after this 2-minute timeout on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Come on, sweetie. We can't be late for our own engagement party.
Honestly, I don't want to marry you. Not that I don't love you. It's just that I'd love not being married to you a whole lot more.
That's so romantic.
Music makes everything better. Play All Access, the new scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery, with 20 million free music downloads and over 11 million in cash prizes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Hello, fans. This is Jimmy Ellis at Jim Ellis Automotive, and I know Coach Rick has a winning game plan, but let me tell you how you can win at Jim Ellis Automotive. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com, click the football page, then find the Jim Ellis Automotive Register to Win contest link. Enter our contest to win a weekend for two at the Georgia-Florida game in Jacksonville, October 30th. You're also a winner with the purchase of a newer pre-owned vehicle from Jim Ellis Automotive. For details, visit our showrooms in Atlanta, Marietta, and Beaufort, or online at JimEllis.com, where you can always expect the best.
Hey, Bulldog fans, if you're heading to the game this week, don't forget to pick up a copy of the Georgia Football Official Game Program, available exclusively at Sanford Stadium. Team rosters, statistics, and other important details about this week's matchup against the Ragin' Cajuns, as well as photos and other information about the Bulldogs coaches and players, are inside every edition. This week's program includes a special feature and a collector's item poster of Bulldog punter Drew Butler.
Let's unlock the keys to the game, brought to you by your Georgia Ford dealers. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. Proud sponsors of Georgia football. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
And welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Ford keys to the game with Eric Zier coming up right after we pause for station identification. This is Georgia Bulldog football from ISP. $92,000 plus expected to be on hand for today's season opener as Brooke Whitmire, Georgia's public address announcer here at Sanford Stadium, gets the students revved up. See, they're about the only ones that are fully in their seats, as everybody else, the bridge is jam-packed, and everybody with the early start starting to make their way into the stadium.
Well, that is true. Student section is already jam-packed, as you said, red and black. You can see it just winding its way down the hill into the stadium here. It'll get filled up pretty quick, and I think everybody is excited to kick this one off.
Let's get to the Ford keys to the game. If you missed it earlier, A.J. Green not available today, being held out of this ball game due to policy with the NCAA. So Georgia kind of waiting on a word for the most part from the NCAA as to whether or not A.J. is going to be eligible or determining his status. So he's not playing today. Has that changed your keys to the game?
Well, it has not, although it's going to play a little bit in one of them. But keys to the game, Scott, today I think are pretty simple and basic. And the first is we have to be disciplined. Last year we were plagued with senseless penalty after senseless penalty. It happened every single game where we shot ourselves in the foot and moved the ball in the wrong direction. Today is set up for a day of a sloppy game. It's the first game of the year. It's against a team and an opponent here that we should beat pretty handedly. With that in mind, you always have that tendency to be a little bit lackadaisical when you step onto the field. That's when penalties occur. We need to start this year off right, and that starts with being disciplined and eliminating those penalties. Second would be around the defensive side of the ball. The Georgia Bulldog Nation is abuzz right now around this 3-4 defensive scheme that Todd Grantham is bringing in, because it's going to be attacking, because we expect to have some turnovers created out of it. We expect to see quarterbacks on their back. But the key today is be disciplined in it as well. Be fundamentally sound. Don't give up the big play. This Raging Cajun offense is going to have to throw some trickery in and try to take and make some big plays throughout this game. We have to be fundamentally sound as we're learning a new scheme. And then the last key is get Aaron Murray involved in this football game quickly. We're going to play it close to the vest today, you would imagine. But Aaron's first game under center here at Sanford Stadium in a live game. Let him get his feet wet. Let him throw the football around the field some.
All right, we're less than 25 minutes from kick. Chuck Dowdle on the sidelines, and he has Coach Mark Ricks with him. This segment brought to you by AT&T, your world delivered. Chuck, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Coach Rick. And, Coach, without A.J. Green, without Tavares King, a chance for some other guys to step up.
That's right. You'll see guys like Marlon Brown getting more opportunity, Logan Gray and Rantavius Wooten. And, we'll just see what these guys do. Chris Durham, of course, is in the lineup. And, by the way, Chris is wearing 31 today in honor of Quentin Banks, who cannot play the rest of his career. He's got a medical condition with his knees where he's just not going to be able to play ball anymore. So not only will Durham honor him today, but a group of seniors throughout the season will take turns wearing his number 31 jersey.
You stand here just moments before kickoff. You got a good feeling about this thing?
You know what? I do, but we haven't done anything yet, so let's just kick it off and see what happens.
All right, Coach, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
There you go, Coach Rick. And you see it's going to be a chance for some other kids to step up. And let's certainly hope that's the case. We're minutes away from kickoff. Scott, back to you, buddy.
All right, Chuck, thank you. We look forward to hearing you on the sidelines today. Thank you to Coach Rick. It's the Countdown to Kickoff show presented by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. And we'll continue from Sanford Stadium as we get it closer to kickoff. 23 minutes and counting before the season opener here in Athens. Back in a moment. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
What if we told you there's a new utility vehicle with the most advanced engine in its class? That it has an 812cc 3-cylinder engine with dual overhead cams, that it has 50 horsepower, and that intense acceleration comes standard? Now what if we told you it's a John Deere? The all-new Gator XUV 825i is going to leave a tire track over your expectations. Get the all-new Gator XUV 825i exclusively at your local John Deere dealer. Blanchard Equipment is your local John Deere dealer. Visit BlanchardEquipment.com today for a location nearest you.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Attention shoppers, please join us.
Every day you face financial choices, large and small. When you make the right choices, you head in the right direction. It helps to have good advice and a better understanding of the possibilities. At BB&T, we've spent more than 135 years helping clients become more informed in all areas of their financial lives. You can start with checking or a credit card and can continue with your mortgage, your lending needs, wherever you'd like more control and more confidence. With BB&T's checking and savings options, plus the convenience of online and mobile banking, it's easier than ever to make the choices just right for you. Make the switch. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your banking needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
This is the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff. BB&T, 138 years of financial knowledge shared daily. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC. Back to the stadium once again. Here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Less than 20 minutes from kick. Subway is the official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh. The teams have gone to their locker rooms to prepare last-minute preparations as we approach kickoff here in the season opener on a glorious Saturday afternoon. Well, right now it's still Saturday morning, I guess, technically, isn't it? Or right, we just passed the noon hour, so we're just barely into the afternoon for game number 1 of a very rigid schedule for the Georgia Bulldogs. Louisiana Lafayette and Georgia in their first meeting. As a matter of fact, Lafayette has never played a team from the state of Georgia in over 700 games in its school history. So they open up on the road today, and talking with some of their travel party earlier, Eric Dyer, and they said they beat the heck out of each other in their preseason camp, although that wasn't the exact wording that they used. And they've got a lot of guys that are banged up today. One in particular, Nate Douglas, the starting defensive end, who will not start today. He'll be replaced by Chris Tucker, a junior college transfer. And I was told they went on and on and on. A lot of guys are just banged up and nicked up because they had such a vigorous camp this season.
Well, I tell you, it's a team that really doesn't want to be that banged up either. They lost a lot of guys from a team that was pretty good last year. So losing some guys here coming in after losing guys to graduation and just moving on from the program is going to hurt them as they come into this game. But no question that the Ragin' Cajuns are going to be ready to play in this football game. They're 0 for life right now against SEC teams, but they've had some pretty big wins in their recent history, and I'm sure want one today against the Bulldogs.
I saw a headline in one of the papers this morning about Louisiana, and it said in big, bold black, it said giant killers. And then you read the story, and it's a little misleading because they really haven't killed any giants. They've come close. They've pushed them around a little bit, but they haven't slayed the giant. Last year, they beat Kansas State. Kansas State was a mediocre team last year, but a Big 12 school nonetheless. They beat them with a late field goal in the last minute of the ball game, 17-15, but then they turned around and lost to LSU and Nebraska in back-to-back weeks by a combined score of 86-3.
Yeah, and that Nebraska game, 55-0. So, again, started off the year pretty well. Nice victory over Kansas State, but really to even identify another big win that you would classify as a giant killer, you've got to go back to 1996 when they beat Texas A&M. Outside of that, they've had some good victories, but nothing on the stage of what a victory over Georgia would be today.
What's your take on Chris Mason, their quarterback, 6'2" junior, returning for his second season? It always helps to have that year of experience under your belt.
Yeah, it really does. And a little over 2,400 yards throwing the football last year. He's a good, solid quarterback. The strength of this football team really would be outside with their receivers and with their tight end, Ladarius Green, who is one catch away with his first catch in 2010, actually set the school record for catches by a tight end. So he's had 54 over his first 2 years. They've got some good, solid receivers. He's going to have to be the strength of this offensive football team if they expect to win today. He's going to have to do so with an offensive line that lost 2 or 3 guys to graduation last year. So, again, where they want strength, they really don't have it. But Chris Mason is a serviceable quarterback that can hurt you if you let him because he's got some good talent outside.
If he throws picks, they're in trouble. When he's pick free, they usually have a lot of success. We count it down to kickoff here on the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff show. We're less than 16 minutes from kick. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. The Red Coat Band getting set to take the field, as are the Georgia Bulldogs momentarily on opening day. And we'll continue with Bulldog football right after this.
Great news, UGA fans. You can save 20% or more off standard rates on Charter Business Internet and Phone and get Charter Business TV for free for 12 months. Call 877-BIZ-BUNDLE now to get blazing fast internet, reliable business phone, and crystal clear TV. Save big with Charter Business, a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Switch to the Charter Business Bundle today. Call 877-BIZ-BUNDLE or visit businessbundle.com. Services not available in all areas. Subject to change. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Expires 1/31/11.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
A lot of Georgia Power customers don't realize how much energy their homes are losing. We could bring a team of specially trained dogs into people's homes to conduct energy audits.
All right, let's go. Let's move. Come on, guys. Let's do this.
They could find gaps around pipes,
Sniff it out.
spot leaky ductwork, change dirty air filters so they use less energy.
Sam, check the fridge.
I thought dog auditors was a big idea.
Was that an expensive cheese?
But Georgia Power felt doing energy audits on leash wasn't as easy as doing them online.
Take our online energy audit at georgiapower.com.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Are you ready to listen to the game in a whole new way? The hands-free live sports radio allows you to tune in live to Scott Howard and Eric Zier at every game. Wherever you're watching the Dogs, Sanford Stadium, on the road, East Coast, West Coast, conference, non-conference, even bowl games. If you're at the game, your live sports radio will always bring you the action from the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP. To order, call 1-877-577-5711 or log on to livesportsradio.com.
The Sears Automotive Center knows that when you get your car back from the shop, you don't want to feel like you've been taken for a ride. That's why the Sears Blue Automotive Crew offers Price Match Plus to get you the best price, guaranteed. It's the big weekend Labor Day sale. Through September 7th, save on all tires, all tire brands, all tire sizes. Plus, buy 3 of our best-selling Goodyear tires and get 1 free. And save more on Michelin, Goodyear, and Bridgestone Dueler tires after mail-in rebates. Visit SearsAuto.com for more great deals. Exclusions apply. See store for details. Sears.
Countdown to kickoff brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. We're getting closer to the season opener. Dog fans, you can join us every Sunday morning from 10 until noon live from Hilltop Grill as host Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler break down all the action from Saturday's game at the Hilltop Grill with the Sunday brunch program. So make sure you tune in for that tomorrow. And also, we want to tell you this, that today's program is sponsored by The Residences at 755, 1, 2, or even 3-bedroom residences with secure parking and amenities that include a fitness center, club room, and rooftop spa with prices starting at only $199.9, located at 755 East Broad Street. Come experience luxurious living in downtown Athens. Dogs will be without some key cogs in their wheel today. If you missed it earlier, A.J. Green will not play today pursuant to the Athletic Association policy and pending a ruling from the NCAA clarifying his status. So A.J. is out. Tavares King, his fellow receiver, he is also out, a one-game suspension for him. Washawn Ely sitting out, a one-game suspension right now. Alec Ogletree, the freshman, is not available today. So you've got a handful of players that will not participate for the Bulldogs today in the season opener. But the guys who will play, well, you've got Aaron Murray making his college debut for the Georgia Bulldogs. Certainly all eyes will be on number 11, the redshirt freshman from Tampa, Florida, in just a few moments. All eyes are on the red coat band right now here at Sanford Stadium as the crowd continues to file in, find their seats, and get ready to cheer on the Dogs as we take on the Ragin' Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette in less than 12 minutes. And we'll continue with the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff show right after this. This is Bulldog Football from ISP.
Stop by an Atlanta area public store and pick up an entry form to register for the 2010 Toss for Cash. One winner will be down between the hedges during the Georgia-Tennessee game on October 9th with a chance to win Publix gift cards, $25,000 cash, plus tickets to one of the SEC's biggest football rivalries. For official rules and details, visit GeorgiaDogs.com/Publix or the Toss for Cash display at your participating Publix store. Hurry, promotion ends September 15th. Sponsored by Hungry Man Frozen Dinners, Duncan Hines, and Mrs. Butterworth Syrup. Go Dogs!
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dens. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat-screen TV, some nacho cheese or tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that, too, as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of Rugged Brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or sherwinwilliams.com.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hey, Bulldog fans, if you're heading to the game this week, don't forget to pick up a copy of the Georgia Football Official Game Program, available exclusively at Sanford Stadium. Team rosters, statistics, and other important details about this week's matchup against the Ragin' Cajuns, as well as photos and other information about the Bulldogs coaches and players, are inside every edition. This week's program includes a special feature and a collector's item poster of Bulldog punter Drew Butler.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Today's starting lineups are powered by Georgia Power, the official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Starting lineups for the Georgia Bulldogs today. We'll start with the offense. The offensive line, Ben Jones, the center, a bit banged up in fall camp. Had his knee cleaned out a little bit, but he's ready to go. Number 61, the junior from Centerville, Alabama, Chris Davis and Cordy Glenn, the guards. Davis, a senior, 6'4", 302 from Jefferson, and Cordy Glenn, who battled mono for a brief time during the summer-fall camp, if you will, is back and ready to go. He is 6'5", 320, a junior from Riverdale. Clint Bowling, the All-SEC tackle, senior, 6'5", 315 from Alpharetta, and Josh Davis, the other tackle, a 6'6", senior, 310 from JS, Mississippi. The tight end is Orson Charles, a 6'3", sophomore, 240 pounds from Tampa, Florida. Chris Durham and Marlon Brown, a couple of the wideouts today. Durham making his return to Sanford Stadium for the first time in 707 days. 6'5" senior from Calhoun. Brown, a 6'5" sophomore from Memphis, Tennessee. The tailback is Caleb King, a 5'11 junior from Norcross. The fullback is Sean Chappis, a 6'2", 240-pound senior from St. Augustine. And Aaron Murray, the starting quarterback, redshirt freshman, 6'1", 209 from Tampa. That's how Georgia's offense will look. We'll continue with the countdown to kickoff, brought to you by BB&T. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
Here's a little test on a subject we like to call Toyotanomics. What's the common denominator of 31 and 16? The Toyotanomics event. 31 days of amazing deals on 16 different Toyota models, like the 2011 Camry. Now get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 90 days. The Toyotanomics event. It's all our best thinking under one roof. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between August 3rd and August 31st, 2010. Toyota. Moving forward.
Leather football helmets were considered adequate head protection back in the old days. Similarly, there was a time when old-fashioned liquid chemical solutions were considered adequate termite protection for homes. It's 2010. Time to upgrade to the unbeatable combination, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Interested in a no-emissions form of transportation? Look for the little red WeGo around campus and go to jimellisgreen.com for more information.
If you have the ultimate UGA tailgate party, submit your favorite tailgate photo and you could win a $100 gift certificate from Publix and have your photo on the video board of a UGA football game. Just email your photo to ugaphotos@gmail.com. Send your tailgate photos at any time to ugaphotos@gmail.com. Win gift cards from Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission, 404-656-4501, or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. Be sure to tell your insurance agent you want ServPro. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
Georgia football.
Tipped and intercepted in your face. He caught it anyway. He toed the line on the back portion of the end zone.
From ISP.
Post route. Caught by Grady. Bumped by a man into the far corner. He's going to get there first. Touchdown.
Live play-by-play action of Bulldog football is brought to you by Marathon Petroleum, fueling the American spirit. By BB&T. Visit us today and move in a brighter financial direction. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC. Champion Windows, siding and patio rooms. Factory Direct since 1953. Ackerman Security, the official security provider for the Bulldog Nation. By AutoZone. Charter Communications. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's ultra-fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. By John Deere. Nothing runs like a deer. Sherwin-Williams. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. By Texaco. People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron. McDonald's. I'm loving it. By Aaron's. Nobody beats Aaron's prices. Nobody. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. By Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Your Georgia Ford dealers. Coach Mark Richt and Ford Trucks team up. Find out more at GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. The Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. Regions Bank, the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. By ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never happened. Budweiser, with full flavor and a crisp, clean finish, it's what we do. And by State Farm. All season long, State Farm's proud to be there as your Bulldog sponsor. It's game time on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP. High above Sanford Stadium in Athens. Alongside Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
75 perfect degrees here in Athens under clear, sunny skies. With a slight wind from the west blowing into the stadium. The kickoff is just around the corner. Vance Cuff, Fred Munzenmeyer, Sean Chappis, DeMarcus Dobbs, the captains meeting for the toss of the coin. We're back for the kick after this. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
No problem is just business as usual for your hometown auto owner's insurance agent. A policy that fits your needs and budget. No problem. Fast, fair claim service. No problem. Auto owner's insurance. Safe, sound, and secure for over 90 years. Working with an agent who knows you. No problem. For the independent auto owner's insurance agent nearest you, look for us in the Yellow Pages or visit us at autoowners.com.
This fall, one score will be decided on the gridiron, another on the golf courses of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, as the Georgia Bulldogs take on the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Kevin Butler is leading the Georgia Bulldog golf squad as they square off against the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets in Myrtle Beach on some of America's greatest public courses. For details on how you can win a free spot on Kevin's team, log on to bulldogtomyrtle.com. That's bulldogtomyrtle.com.
Georgia football is brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Big-time matchups are coming to Sanford Stadium, and if you want to see your Bulldogs fight for SEC glory, StubHub is the place to go for tickets. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs, giving season ticket holders a secure place to sell extra tickets and other fans a great selection of seats to every game. So, where do you want to sit? In the end zone for a conference clash? How about the 40-yard line when Tennessee comes to town? On StubHub, it's always your call and the service is always exceptional. So go to StubHub and choose your seats today.
StubHub! Stop by an Atlanta area public store and pick up an entry form to register for the 2010 Toss for Cash. One winner will be down between the hedges during the Georgia-Tennessee game on October 9th with a chance to win Publix gift cards, $25,000 cash, plus tickets to one of the SEC's biggest football rivalries. For official rules and details, visit georgiadogs.com/Publix or the Toss for Cash display at your participating Publix store. Hurry, promotion ends September 15th. Sponsored by Lender's Bagels, Aunt Jemima Frozen Pancakes and Waffles, and Vlasic Pickles, Peppers, and Relish.
We are set for kickoff. It'll be Brandon Bogate, the transfer from California, doing the kicking duties as Georgia won the toss, deferred to the second half. The Dogs in red, top, silver pants, red helmets, will kick from left to right. Ball teed up on the 30. The Ragin' Cajuns set to receive with two men back deep. Here's Bogate's kick, high and end over end and deep. Taken on the goal line by Kevin Streeter. On the near hash, straight ahead, 15, 20. Gets through a gap, spins away from a tackle, all the way up to the 40. We're still trying to drag him down. He gets on the logo at the 47-yard line. A heck of a return by Kevin Streeter. He found a gap and went right up the middle of the field and got almost to midfield before Vance Cuff and Sean Williams were able to drag him down from behind.
And drag him down from behind is exactly what Vance Cuff had to do. Streeter found a nice little gap right up the middle, took off, made a couple of people miss. Had to rely on just a collar tackle there to bring him down.
Mason, the quarterback for the Ragin' Cajuns, in the shotgun. 1st and 10 on their own 47-yard line. The lone setback is Julian Schenkel. He's off to the right of Mason, the quarterback. There's the snap. He fakes it. No, he does give it to him, and Schenkel breaks off to the left side, to the near side of the field, and across the 50-yard line into Georgia territory to the 49, so gain of 4. Boykin and Dent, the linebacker, and the corner, Brandon Boykin, the corner man, and Akeem Dent make the tackle for Georgia. They get 4 out of that carry, and into Georgia territory on the first play from scrimmage. 2nd and 6 for Louisiana from the Georgia 49-yard line. Stay in the shotgun, 3 men out to the right. Mason, quick throw. He had pressure. He has to dump it off right side. It's incomplete. at the Georgia 47-yard line. Tried to go to the tight end, Ladarius Green, but Darrell Gamble in that newly aligned 3-4 defense came in from the near side to put pressure on Mason, and he had to get rid of it early, Z.
She sure did. And the Cajuns right now going no huddle. The Dogs, of course, implementing a new defense. Cajuns trying to create a little bit of confusion, a little hurry up on their offense now.
3rd down and 6 for Lafayette. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Mason stays in the shotgun. Shankle's the lone setback to the left of the quarterback. Mason calling out the signals, pointing and giving directions. Here's the snap. He takes it. He drops back. He avoids pressure, rolls out of the pocket, fires over the middle, bobbled and incomplete at the 39-yard line. Wanted to get it to Marlon Miller, but Brandon Smith there to make the hit and break it up. It is incomplete and 4th down for the Raging Cajuns, and they'll have to punt it away on their first series.
Pretty good pressure there from the Georgia defensive line. Made Mason move his feet and move in the pocket a little bit. Had to throw that across his body. Pretty good ball for Brandon Smith there to make a nice play.
And now Smith will drop back as the deep man to receive the punt from Spencer Ortego. Ortego stands on his own 36-yard line to kick it away, and Brandon Smith, with all kinds of speed, off to our left, stands with his heels on the Georgia 10. There's the snap. They do that little rugby style, kick it away from Smith, a low bouncing kick that hits on the 30, bounces to the 25, and then kicks back with a Bulldog bounce and is dead at the 27-yard line. So the only thing that was effective there was they kept it out of the hands of Brandon Smith. Only a 23-yard punt by the Cajuns, and Georgia will have it 1st and 10 from their own 26. Lowe's grading the team. Z, what are we looking for to grade the Dogs on today?
Right, I think first thing is, can we play discipline, eliminate penalties? We have 6 or less. That's going to be great. On the defensive side of the ball, eliminate the big play, and then offensively, we want to be able to run the football.
We run out of the eye. Brandon Smith stays in the game at receiver on the near side. Durham to the far side. And we will throw to Brandon Smith as Murray spins and fires to the near side. He tries to juke the defender at the 27, dives under a tackle and gets to the 29-yard line.
Just a quick little screen pass out there to Brandon Smith. Not a bad thought either to get Aaron Murray comfortable in his first snap under center here in Sanford Stadium. Just an easy little pass out into the flat. Get it into Brandon Smith's hands. See if he can do something with that amazing speed he has.
Orkey Zorini and roll over to make the tackle. And now it'll be 2nd down and 7 for the Bulldogs. I formation. And Murray under center. We bring the man in motion from the far side. That's Durham wearing number 31 today. Handoff goes to Caleb King, running straight ahead and veering a little bit to the left as he pushes behind his big lineman up to the 32-yard line. Ben Jones, the center, leading the way for the Bulldogs. And it'll be certainly shy of the 1st down. A pickup of about 3 on the carry. It'll be 3rd down and 4 for the Bulldogs.
And one of the keys for any quarterback, especially, though, when you're a freshman quarterback, is how do you react on 3rd down? Aaron Murray's first 3rd down attempt here. If we're going to be successful, we've got to be successful in these kind of situations.
Go back into the shotgun now. Murray takes the snap, fires to his left. It's caught by Durham. He spins away from a tackler at the 40. 1st down and a little bit more. Chris Durham broke free of one tackler and got about 3 more yards up to near the 45-yard line. They'll spot it just shy of the 44. Melvin White, the cornerback, 6'3", from Freeport, Texas, made the tackle. And that is Chris Durham's first catch in 2 years here at Sanford Stadium. He was counting the days, 707 days since his last game. That was against Alabama in the blackout game in 08. Play fake by Murray. Drops back, fires over the middle, passes a little bit short. He had Orson Charles inside the Lafayette 40 to tie it in, but the pass was a little bit short and shy. So an incompletion by Aaron Murray will bring up 2nd down and 10. He didn't get much on that throw, Z.
No, he really didn't, and probably not the best read there by Aaron Murray. The Cajuns played cover 3. Had Orson Charles going down on the post. Would have been a good decision to go there against a 2-deep look with 2 high safeties. Had to fit it into a real tight spot. Not much room to get Orson Charles the football.
Logan Gray in the ball game now at one of the receiver spots. Israel Troop on the far side. I formation, or rather lone setback, is King, and he takes it on the handoff from Murray, and King running up across the 45 to the 46. He gets the first, picks up a couple of yards. It's going to bring up 3rd down as Grant Fleming, the middle linebacker, a 6'4" senior from Lafayette, Louisiana. He's
their top returning tackler, moved from outside to inside middle linebacker in the spring. He makes the stop. It's 3rd and about 7 to go for Georgia from our own 46-yard line.
And the Cajuns right now doing a good job mixing up coverage, showing some cover 2 with 2 high safeties, rotating down into some 3 deep.
Shotgun snap to Murray. Drops back. We throw a screen to the left. Caleb King with a little bit of blocking. Lafayette reads it well. They make the stop on King at the 50 before he could get into any kind of lather on the far side. It's going to be short of the first down. Again, Fleming making the tackle, the linebacker for Louisiana. And Georgia will bring out its All-American punter, Drew Butler, to kick it away. The Ray Guy Award winner has a chance to pin Louisiana in deep here. Orini back deep, back on the 10 for the Ragin' Cajuns. No score, first quarter, 10:53 in quarter number 1. There's the snap to Butler, a high, spiraling, beautiful kick. Wow, it's going to land in the end zone about 3 yards deep for a touchback, and Drew Butler is not happy with himself as he angrily unsnaps his chin strap. It'll be 1st and 10 for Louisiana, going the other way on their own 20 after a timeout. No score here in Athens. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
The latest must-have. It doesn't scream, "Look at me." It barks it. Dog fans, Scott Howard. Now you can get a credit card from Bank of America with a drop-dead gorgeous picture of UGA right on the front. Then, by using it often, you help support the University of Georgia. It's how true Bulldogs bark. Bank.
To learn more, visit a Bank of America banking center or go to bankofamerica.com/UGA. Copyright 2010, Bank of America Corporation.
Everybody and their brother, sisters, and second cousins are saying they can save you money on car insurance. Well, who listens to brothers, sisters, and second cousins? Geico's been saving people money on car insurance for over 70 years. That's longer than most companies have been around. That's probably longer than you've been around. Believe me, when it comes to saving you money, this isn't Geico's first time to the rodeo.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you hundreds on car insurance.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Do you hear that? It's the sound of opportunity knocking, and it only happens once a year. It's the 2010 Honda Clearance Event at Ed Boyle's Honda. Right now at Ed Boyle's Honda, you can drive home a brand new 2010 Honda Civic LX for just $166 a month, or choose a brand new 2010 Honda Accord LX for just $196 a month. Opportunities knocking only at Ed Boyle's Honda, Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshonda.com.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. A regular cut does karaoke, but a supercut rocks the Coliseum. Any haircut chats up ladies at the club, but a supercut makes an omelet for 2 the next morning.
Yummy.
Any old cut yells, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business gives you the confidence to be that man. Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
Green South Equipment, proud sponsor of Georgia football, home to the all-new John Deere Gator 825i utility vehicle. Visit greensouth.com for a location nearest you. Here's Lafayette, 1st and 10 on the 20. As they'll keep it on the ground, the handoff going straight ahead. Christian Robinson stacking it up at the line of scrimmage. And they pushed him back. Christian Robinson is a guy that has really come a long way, according to the coaching staff, in that starting linebacker position. He made the hit on Kevin Streeter, the JUCO transfer from St. Augustine, Florida. No gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, Robinson just exploded there through the hole to make contact. Very nice job of filling that gap. The Dogs are as well mixing up coverages, played a little quarter, half there, but they're doing a good job moving around, showing Mason a few different looks.
Mason in the shotgun. Now they break Streeter out to the right side. 2 receivers to the near side, 3 to the right. So 5 wides, they throw, and it's caught by the tight end at the 24-yard line, and that's where we hit him and drive him back as Green makes the catch. Ladarius Green, the tight end. And that is his 55th career catch, which makes him the all-time leading receiver for tight ends in Lafayette school history. Akeem Dent made the hit for Georgia. And it's 3rd and 5 for Lafayette from their own 25.
Yeah, nothing fancy there from Green. Just a quick little out route, finding the soft spot in Georgia's zone.
Man in motion for the Cajuns. Here's Mason taking the snap, rolling to the near side, throws it, caught for a moment over the shoulder, but then stripped by Vance Cuff right in front of the Georgia sideline. Incomplete. Nice play by Cuff. Mason put it in there beautifully, Z, but Cuff made a nice play to break it up.
It really was a nice play by Cuff. A little pick play there by the Cajuns to get out into the flat. Georgia was playing man-to-man. Vance Cuff able to work through all of that traffic and knock that ball out before it could have been brought in.
Lawson was the intended receiver for Louisiana. They'll have to punt it away, bring Ortego back into the ball game. And again, Brandon Smith back deep as the return man for Georgia. He stands on his own 37-yard line. We're scoreless. First quarter, 9:16, and the clock stopped. Here comes the block attempt, and they knocked down the kicker but didn't get the ball. The ball bounces out of bounds at the 40. They mark it out of bounds at the Cajun 43-yard line, but we brought the house on a block attempt. And they got Ortego, and we've got a flag, and there's going to be roughing, I do believe.
Well, it's the dreaded yellow flag. Once again, we talked about it before the game, how we want to try to...
It's Tom Ritter, our referee, and his mic's breaking up a little bit there, but roughing the kicker, the call on Georgia, Eric, as the Cajun offense will come back out on the field for a fresh set of downs. That'll give us an opportunity to go down to the sidelines. And Chuck Dowdle for this Cook Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Scott, one of the great things to watch down here on the sideline is Coach Todd Crampton, the new defensive coordinator, with all of his frantic hand signals. But before every defensive series, he double and triple checks them with that defense before they hit the field.
I was going to ask him about who came up with the signals, because there are a bunch of them. I've seen him run through those in scrimmages as Lafayette takes the handoff and they run around the right side trying to get wide. Georgia stretches it out. Andrew Joseph, the wide receiver, on an end-around attempt. Not much there. Bakari Rambo forcing him out of bounds on the far side of the field at the 32, almost the 33-yard line. So call it about a 3-yard gain for Louisiana Lafayette.
Well, if nothing else right now, Lafayette is testing us mentally. They've been in a lot of different formation, moving guys all around the pace, and a nice up-tempo to this offense so far.
Empty set. Here's Mason in the shotgun, throws, and we bat it in the air and knock it away. 5 or 6 red jerseys there. Cornelius Washington is the man that tipped the pass away as Mason was trying to throw it to the near side and almost batted up long enough to get an interception. We had a lot of shirts in the zip code there, but it falls incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and a long 7 for Lafayette as they continue to go no huddle. Mason is ready in the shotgun. Now he rises up. They look around. They look to the sideline. Mason checking off at the line of scrimmage, instructing the offensive team on what the play call will be. Georgia with 4 down linemen. 3rd down and 7. There's the snap. Mason in the pocket, throws to the right side, nowhere near, out of bounds, over the bench of the Ragin' Cajuns. Incomplete, bring up 4th down. Vernon Wolf was over there, but that pass was about 8 feet above his head and no way to catch it, so Lafayette will kick it away again. On the charter scoreboard, Miami of Ohio leading Florida into the first quarter 3-0. They'll want to take a picture of that for their guide. The charter scoreboard, charter on demand. We'll be checking in with David Shoemate throughout our broadcast today for more updates. Here's the kick by Ortego. A nice tight spiral going to come down on the 27-yard line. Brandon Smith making the catch, and absolutely no running room as the Ragin' Cajuns covered it well, with Dalen McCoy making the stop and a 40-yard punt and a -4 on the return for Brandon Smith. So Georgia will have the ball back on offense. First quarter, no score, 8:24 to go. We're back in a moment with more Bulldog football from ISP.
Man, this Wi-Fi on every AirTran flight is awesome for managing our fantasy league.
Yeah, sure is.
It's like a fantasy league.
Clever.
Hey, let's resume our trade talks right here on the plane. What do you want for Atlanta Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan?
Let's start with your pretzels.
Done.
Pretzels make me thirsty. How about that apple juice, too?
Fine.
Oh, I like that watch. How about you hand that over? No way, dude. My dad gave me this watch. Buddy, this is Matt Ryan we're talking about. Your father didn't raise you to pass up a fantasy league gold mine?
No, he did not.
No, your dad would say, son, if you were ever involved in a fantasy football trade on an airplane, you give up that watch.
Actually, that sounds exactly like my dad.
Good. And trade completed.
Hey, could you say you love me? Yeah, in my dad's voice.
No, dude.
Hi, this is Matt Ryan. Check out airtrain.com and book a low fare with AirTrain Airways, my official airline and proud sponsor of your Atlanta Falcons. Plus, with Wi-Fi now on every AirTrain flight, you can always stay connected. AirTrain Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
Coach Vince Dooley talks about his patio room from Champion.
I knew I would like it, but I never realized that I would like it as much as I do.
Go to GeorgiaDogs.com for your chance to win a house full of brand new Champion windows. Call 770-817-1953. That's 770-817-1953. Fort Champion!
When it comes to home improvements, Champion beats the competition hands down.
Proud to stand on our own, proud to be homegrown, a familiar face and a name you know. Come on, we know you, we know your needs, we know what being a neighbor means. Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Chuck Dowdle on the sidelines here at Sanford Stadium. We're scoreless in the first quarter with 8:24 to play in quarter number one. Georgia with the football, breaking out of the huddle, 1st and 10 on their own 24-yard line. Murray will look under center. Chaffis, the fullback, in tight on the left, now slides in motion. King is the tailback. He'll take the handoff, looking for room at left tackle. Not a lot of it there. Got about a yard and a half before he's brought down at the 26-yard line by Bernard Smith, a 6'3" junior from Mays High School in Atlanta for the Ragin' Cajuns. Georgia drivers stand by for zero tolerance advisory of Georgia's DUI, texting, and pickup truck seatbelt laws. Drive sober, hang up, and buckle up in your truck this Labor Day. 2nd down and a long 8 for the Dogs. Murray now back into the shotgun. They split the backfield with Chaffis and King. Snap to Murray, stands on the 18, fires to the left, complete to the fullback Chaffis up the sideline, and he gets near the first down marker. Let's see where they will mark it. He may have gotten beyond it at the 35-yard line. Dalen McCoy, the outside linebacker from Henderson, Texas, makes the stop on Chaffis. He got the first down, so moved the chains for Georgia as the Dogs look for their first points of this contest. Carlton Thomas has checked into the ball game. The 5'7", 170-pound redshirt sophomore running back out of Frostproof, Florida.
And good patience there from Aaron Murray. Nice read. Cajuns playing 3 deep. We had a little curl flat. Curl was covered up. Good job by Murray going to Chaffis.
Handoff to Thomas. He's gobbled up in the backfield, but there are flags on the play before the snap of the football. Right at the line of scrimmage, somebody was moving or offside. So let's see from Tom Ritter. False start on the Bulldogs, and that'll back Georgia up 5 yards. It'll be 1st and 15 for Georgia now, back on the Dogs 30. Clock stopped, now moving at 7:13, ticking here in the first quarter. Slight wind blowing in from the west here at Sanford Stadium as the crowd continues to fill up each and every seat here on a glorious Saturday afternoon in Athens. Marlon Brown split out to the far side. Orson Charles and Chris Durham on the near side. Murray in the shotgun, throws over the middle, broken up, nearly intercepted at the 35-yard line by Devin Lewis Buchanan, the linebacker. He was trying to go to Orson Charles right across the line of scrimmage. That joker was nearly picked off. That was a scary throw.
It really was. Didn't put a whole lot of zip on it. Was staring Orson down the whole way. Again, maybe a little confusion there on what the coverage was. The Cajuns did a good job. They showed cover 2, ran the safety back to the middle of the field there last minute. May have taken Aaron a little bit by surprise with his read and where he wanted to go with it, but really locked onto Orson early on in that throw.
Now back under center and in the eye, Thomas the tailback and Chappis is the fullback. Murray takes the snap at the 30, tosses it back to Thomas, looking for running room. The speedy guy gets across the 30, across the 35, and up to the 38-yard line. An 8-yard gain, but it will be 3rd down and 7 for Georgia. Nice run by Carlton Thomas, showing a flash of some speed there as the tackle was made by Maurice Roll Jr. and Lance Kelly, a couple of the secondary men for the Raging Cajuns.
Yeah, and we're early on in the game here, but that's the first time that we've gotten out at all with any kind of space running the football. That first series had 5 yards running the football, so haven't found a whole lot of room until that run by Carlton.
Now Murray back in the shotgun. Thomas still in at the tailback. We have 2 men split out to the left, and Murray will throw to the right side. Chris Durham coming in from the right, makes the catch at the near hash in Lafayette territory at the 40-yard line. Chris Durham running just a kind of a post pattern, made a nice grab at the 40-yard line for the first down. They move the sticks and pick up 22 yards on the carry.
Really nice grab there by Chris Durham, and that's the benefit of being 6'5". That ball was just a tad bit high. Well-thrown football by Aaron Murray, but being 6'5", Chris Durham able to go up and go get it.
Caleb King back in the game at tail. He takes the handoff and is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. Going to be a loss of about 1.5 yards. Jermaine Rogers, defensive tackle, got penetration for the Cajuns and blew up that play. So King dropped for a loss. It'll be 2nd down, 11. On that pass to Durham, Carlton Thomas at 5'7" and 170 did a very nice job of picking up the blitz to give Murray a little bit more time to throw that ball.
Boy, did he ever. And if you're going to play running back anywhere, any level, you've got to be able to pass protect. Nice job by Thomas there.
2nd and 11 for the Dogs. We're scoreless in the first quarter. Georgia driving. Murray under center. Play fake to King. On the logo, wants to pass. Now forced out of the pocket. He scrambles to the right. Hangs it up deep. He's got a man, Logan Gray. Oh, in and out of the hands. Logan Gray tried to adjust to make the catch. He was open. He was behind 2 defenders by a couple of feet and right off the hands.
Give Aaron Murray some credit there. Some pressure quick. He had to get outside of the pocket, showed some very good mobility, got himself free, kept his eyes downfield, had a couple of guys downfield actually he could have gone to, and a nice ball on the run. Unfortunately not able to make the connection, but very nice job in the pocket there by Murray.
A little inexperience perhaps shown by Logan Gray at the receiver position?
Yeah, I think so. You know, not being able to adjust to that, kind of trying to back up to go get it as opposed to running where the ball is going to land.
3rd down, 11 for Georgia from the Raging Cajun 41. Murray in the pocket. All kinds of time. Will throw to the sideline, and it is caught by Marlon Brown, far side of the field. Scrambles for more yardage. Picks up the first down at the 29-yard line. So a gain of 12 for Marlon Brown, the 6'5" player from Memphis, Tennessee. Melvin White makes the stop, the corner on that side of the field. First down for Georgia at the 29-yard line.
And credit our big offensive line on that play for that first down. Gave Aaron Murray a lot of time. The Cajuns actually did a very nice job defensively of covering everything up. But Aaron able to sit back, let the play fully develop, and go to his outlet.
Carlton Thomas back in the game at tail. Murray will give it to the fullback, Chappis. A little bit of a hole. The senior, the 5th-year senior from St. Augustine, spinning across the 25 and picking up positive yardage near the 21-yard line.
That's a little more like it, and what you expect from an offensive line that is so experienced and so talented. You look back into last year and how we finished up the year, how successfully we were able to run the football. That looked a lot more reminiscent of what we saw at the end of the year last year than what we've seen here at the early stages of this game.
Lewis Buchanan and Roll making the stop for Lafayette as Chappis picked up 7. It's 2nd down and 3 for the Dogs. Georgia driving, threatening seriously for the first time. Handoff to Carlton Thomas. The handoff was a little bit low as he is hit near the line of scrimmage. He was bobbling that ball a little bit as he hit the line of scrimmage and knocked down just shy of the 20-yard line. Let's see where referee Tom Ritter spots the football. The nose of it on the 20, so he will be a little bit shy of the first down by about 1 yard. So give him 2 on the carry for Carlton Thomas. 3rd and 1 from the 20. McCoy made the stop for Lafayette on that last play. Now we shift the tight end to the left side, run out of the I formation. Murray, the quarterback, under center. Now we bring Aaron White in motion. He slides to a stop, handoff to Caleb King, looking for running room, breaks the tackle, line of scrimmage, 10, 5, man dragging his shirt tail. He drags him into the end zone for the first score of the year. Touchdown, Georgia. He dragged Maurice Roll as they both rolled into the end zone. Dogs lead it 6-0.
Good strong run there by Caleb King. The Cajuns brought everybody up. They had all 11 guys within 6 or 7 yards of the line of scrimmage. As soon as Caleb found a little hole there, a little gap at the point of the play, he was able to break free. Then nobody was there to catch him.
Point after attempt by Blair Walsh. The hold by Butler. The snap by Fricks. It's all good. This Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways with low fares to Florida and the Caribbean. 20-yard touchdown run by Caleb King. Key block by Josh Davis. Gets the Dogs into the end zone and on the scoreboard first. Georgia 7, Louisiana Lafayette nothing. And we're back in a moment for more Bulldog football from ISP.
Well, we're still catching every game, just a lot more from home than here in the stands, huh?
Yeah, and when we do get to go, Dad says we got to bring our own peanuts and stuff.
Looking for some extra ticket money this season? Let a State Farm agent do a free discount double check that could save you hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
We'll always be there for this team, even when we can't actually be here.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
Welcome to Lowe's. Oh, looks like you're ready for some Bulldogs football.
How'd you know?
Bulldogs face paint, Bulldogs jersey.
I'm almost ready for kickoff. Just had to make one more stop for my game day grill supplies.
Oh, you come to the right place. Lowe's has all the accessories you need for game day grilling. Whether it's Weber or Charbroil grills, Kingsford charcoal, or Blue Rhino propane, Lowe's has you covered tighter than the Bulldogs' first-string offensive line. All together now.
Go Dogs! All right,
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
My kids impress me every day.
Daddy, I got an A in my math quiz. I made the soccer team.
Daddy, I've just been asked to be ambassador to Azerbaijan.
See what I mean? But when I want to impress them, I take them to Arby's for a $2.99 meal deal. That's a junior deluxe sandwich, regular curly fries, and a drink for just $2.99. Impressive taste at an impressive price. Right, Princess?
That's Ambassador Princess.
The $2.99 meal deal, junior deluxe, regular curly fries, and a drink. Only at Arby's. For a limited time at participating Arby's.
Living the solid life. Day 21.
A few weeks ago, I sat down with a SunTrust branch manager and told her my money was getting harder to control. Well, she said, what if I showed you how to track your spending and automatically set aside savings? Show away, I replied. It's day 21, and I'm living solid.
SunTrust is here to help you take charge of your money. Visit suntrust.com/solid. Stop by a nearby branch or call 800-SunTrust. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank member FDIC.
Subway official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh. Georgia playing hard with a 7-0 lead after a 20-yard touchdown run by Caleb King. Here's Brandon Bogate, the junior from California, to kick it away deep into the end zone. Backing up and making the catch in the end zone is Julian Shankle. He takes a knee, and the Raging Cajuns will start 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line. So the Dogs break through with a nice 20-yard run, a tackle-breaking 20-yard run by Caleb King to get on the scoreboard. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the guaranteed termite protection of Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Call Cook's for a free evaluation. 3 minutes to go in quarter number 1. Georgia with a 7-0 lead. Mason in the shotgun for the Raging Cajuns. And they will almost fumble it. They tried to fake the handoff. Mason making the decision at the last minute to keep it. He bobbled it coming out, and he ends up getting 5 yards running straight ahead as he loses his helmet. Tackle made by the linebacker, Akeem Dent, a 6'2 senior from Atlanta who had toe surgery during preseason camp. Didn't get to practice a lot. Aaron Spikes was the player that Mason was bobbling the football with in the backfield. But they got 5 yards out of it. 2nd down and 5 for the Cajuns. Quick snap up to the line. They hand it off out of the shotgun, and we jam it up behind the line of scrimmage at the 24. They go to spikes again. He's got nowhere to go. Brandon Wood out of Buckhannon, Georgia, making the stop. Wood making his first start of his Georgia career today for the Dogs. 6'1 senior, 287 from Haralson County. It's going to be 3rd down and 5. They give him no gain on that last play.
And helping out on that last play, D'Angelo Tyson did a good job occupying 2 guys right there in the middle.
Wood, Dobbs, Washington, and Houston across the front line for Georgia. Here comes Justin from the outside. Pass is thrown to the near side, and a diving interception by the Bulldogs. Brandon Boykin dove right in front of the intended receiver and picked it off with a great rush coming in from the right end by Justin Houston. Richie Falgu was the intended receiver, but the Dogs pick it off at the Ragin' Cajun 28-yard line. It's Georgia football going the other way.
And Justin Houston looked like he was shot out of a cannon, got upfield extremely quick. Forrest Mason to throw that football a little quicker than he wanted to. He had to move up in the pocket, threw it a little bit behind his receiver, and a nice grab there by Boykin for the interception.
He had 3 last year. He's got 4 career picks now for Brandon Boykin. Dogs back on offense, out of the eye, handed off to Carlton Thomas. Looking for daylight on the left side, gets around the corner inside the 25 and flipped up at the 21-yard line by Orini, the corner on that side of the field, as Carlton Thomas looks like he's got the ability to, he finds just a little bit of a seam, and he's going to go.
Well, he does, and he had a pretty nice seam right there. Clint Bowling and Tanner Strickland now in the game on that left side really just hammered down the right-hand side of that Cajun defensive line. Did a good job getting outside.
Give him 7 on the carry. 2nd down and 3 for the Bulldogs. So he stay in the eye with Thomas as the tail. Bring Durham in motion from the left side. He stops in the right slot. Give it to Thomas looking for room. Goes left. Now comes back right. Breaking tackles. Puts a hand down. Spins away from a defender. What a run by Carlton Thomas inside the 10 down to the 7-yard line. 1st down Georgia. 1st and goal for the Bulldogs on a nifty run by Carlton Thomas. Jordan Top, the defensive tackle, finally dragging him down. Sean Chappis with another key block for the 5th-year senior.
Boy, just a great run there by Carlton Thomas. Nice cut back to break free from the line of scrimmage and had to keep his balance a couple of times by putting his hand on the ground, able to stay up and get 5 or 6 more yards after contact.
Munzenmeyer in the ball game at the tailback now. 15-yard gain for Thomas. So you got Chappis and Munzenmeyer in the I formation. Strong side to the right. We hand it off to Fred Munzenmeyer running behind a block from Chappis on the left side. He dives over the pile and maybe picks up a yard or so. We'll see where they spot it. Devon Lewis Buchanan, the linebacker, crossed him up and made the stop. They give him a yard. So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 6 for the Dogs, leading 7-0 as the first quarter will wind down. We'll see if the Dogs get off another play. Just 5 seconds to go. We'll see if they can do it. They run a quick snap here. Murray gets it off, hands it off to Chappis. He hits the line, running slowly, able to push his way with those big legs as he drives his way down to the 3-yard line. So he got about 3 yards, and there was nothing there. But they pushed the pile inside the 5, and that's going to be the end of the quarter. Georgia trying to pick up some more here. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 3 when the second quarter begins. Georgia leads Louisiana Lafayette 7-0. And we're back for more Bulldog football after this from ISP.
In the heat of the game, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection for your home. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection: Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system's proven protection. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook Pest Control.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
Dogs can sense when something is wrong even when we can't. Take phantom energy. This is energy that's still being used even when your electronic devices are turned off. Georgia Power asked if we might be able to train dogs to attack phantom energy loss.
All right. Unplug him, boy. Unplug him.
Dogs know that a plasma TV uses nearly as much electricity when it's turned off as when it's turned on. And then using a power strip can save you up to $100 a year.
Good boy.
Find more ways to sniff out savings at GeorgiaPower.com.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
All set for that landscaping job this weekend? There's one more item to add to your list. Call before you dig.
Do you know what's under the ground where you're about to dig? Maybe some dog bones, maybe even some dirt, or maybe a live power line. Ow! Imagine a weekend without cable or internet. Safe digging is no accident, and calling before you dig has gotten even easier with an easy number to remember. Simply dial 811. 2 business days before you dig. That's 811. Call before you dig. Georgia 811.
With over 60 collegiate properties, the best way to market your message to college sports fans is with ISP. Whether it's radio, television, internet, stadium signage, or any part of the game day atmosphere, ISP takes your business inside the game. ISP's creative marketing team is ready to enhance your company's visibility throughout the most exciting collegiate athletics in the country. Go to ISPsports.com and let us help take your business to the next level. ISP, America's home for college sports.
David Schumate back inside the ISP Network studios. A quick check of the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Florida is on the board for the first time this year. It took the defense. A 70-yard interception return for Janoris Jenkins. 7-3, the Gators in front, but Scott, they've only got 20 yards of total offense.
That's an eye-opener, David, as the Gators and the Bobcats of Miami of Ohio go at it. Here it's 7-0 Georgia. The Dogs inside the Louisiana Lafayette 5-yard line. A text message from Texaco. Want to help keep your car running great? Do what people who know cars do. Trust the unbeatable clean power of Texaco with Techron to clean vital engine parts and help keep your car running great. Now Georgia driving from right to left now as we switch for the second quarter. And the Bulldogs looking at 3rd and goal from the Ragin' Cajun 3-yard line. Caleb King in the backfield. Shotgun formation for Murray. 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Charles, the tight end, on the near side. Murray in the shotgun. There's the snap. He will throw it to the near side. Touchdown, Chris Durham. He broke off the route in front of the defender in the left corner and made a nice grab. Chris Durham with his first score in an eternity. 13-0 Georgia with the point after coming.
And a veteran play there from Aaron Murray. Actually changed the play at the line of scrimmage. Called a couple of fades to throw it into the end zone. He saw the height differential out there with our big receivers and actually threw it and stopped Chris Durham, made him come back for the football. Very nicely done.
Point after attempt by Walsh is good. That's 94 in a row. This Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways. Go. There's nothing stopping you. 14:55, second quarter. It's 14-0. Georgia leading Lafayette. Down to the sidelines we go. And Chuck Dowdle for this Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Scott, first off, Chris Durham getting an awful lot of congratulations. As you might well imagine, you mentioned earlier, 707 days he'd been counting since he'd last played here on this turf at Sanford Stadium. He was counting every single second. You got to feel happy for that young man with a touchdown catch and Murray's first of his career. But speaking of this turf, it is new turf relatively all over Sanford Stadium here, and it's holding up really well. You've seen Caleb King and you've seen Carlton Thomas have to make cuts with their hands on the ground. It's holding them up real well. Whoever put this in, and it's the university's folks, they've done a great job with it.
Indeed, it is in beautiful shape, and that's the way we like it around here. 14-0 Georgia leading in this ball game. Time for an in-game recap brought to you by Regions Bank. If you're ready to for a better banking experience, then switch to Regions today. Regions Bank, proud to be the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. Georgia with 2 scores on a 20-yard touchdown run by Caleb King, then an interception by Brandon Boykin that gave the Dogs the ball at the 28, and that was the result moments ago as Chris Durham on a 3-yard touchdown pass from Aaron Murray, his first as a Bulldog, as Georgia leads at 14-0. Brandon Bogatay to kick it off from right to left. This is a high, shorter kick taken on the 10 by Streeter. Streeter trying to veer off to the near side, sheds 1 tackle at the 22 and scrambled and forced out of bounds at the 26-yard line. And that's where the Ragin' Cajuns will go back on offense, down 2 scores here in the opening moments of the second quarter. Let's pause for station identification. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
14:48 to go in the first half. Georgia with a 2-touchdown lead. Everything worth listening to is on Sirius XM. The Ragin' Cajuns on offense, 1st and 10 from their own 26-yard line. Chris Mason, the quarterback, dropping back into the shotgun. The lone setback is Streeter, Kevis Streeter. Mason whispered something in his ear, now throws to the tight end, caught at the 29, shoved back by the linebacker, Christian Robinson. The big guy, Ladarius Green, 6'6", 225 out of Pensacola, Florida, made the grab, maybe a little shaken up on the play. Got about 3, maybe 4 yards on the pass play. It'll be 2nd down and a long 6 for Louisiana.
And just no space there for Ladarius Green. It's the same little quick out that he ran earlier in the game for the record-breaking catch he had when it comes to Cajun history. But Christian Robinson right there once again to make a nice play.
Cajun's going to keep it on the ground with Aaron Spikes, the freshman, fresh into the ball game, but not a lot of running room there between the hash marks as he is brought down at the 28.5-yard line. As the Dogs, D'Angelo Tyson and DeMarcus Dobbs converge to make the hit and the stop. It'll bring up 3rd down now for Louisiana as they shuffle players in and out. And Georgia does as well on defense. They get Brandon Smith into the ball game. And Cornelius Washington checks in as well.
Dogs have been tough this point into the game here on 3rd down. Cajuns 0 for 4 on their 3rd down attempts.
3rd and 7 for Louisiana. They're down 14-0. Shotgun snap to Mason. Here comes pressure from the outside, and he is sacked back on the 20. He had to step up in the pocket to avoid the outside rush, and Akeem Dent got him up the middle. All the way back to the 19-yard line, Jakar Hamilton came around the edge first and forced him to step up, and then Dent finished him off. First sack of the game, or is that our 2nd sack of the game? Akeem Dent picked up his first. Nonetheless, a loss on the play of 9 yards, and Lafayette will have to punt it away.
And boy, how good is that to see if you are a Bulldog fan. It's not just that we got a sack there. It's the manner in which we're getting to the quarterback right now. Guys just full speed up the field.
Here's Ortego to punt it away from his own 8. Not a real high kick, but a long one, caught over the shoulder and on the run by Brandon Smith. Nice block on the far side as he tries to get to the corner. Smith at the 40, the 45, breaks free of a tackle, stumbles, keeps his balance into Ragin' Cajun territory and out of bounds on the far side at, let's see where they mark it, the 40-yard line. Maurice Roll pushed him out of bounds finally. A 51-yard kick and a 31-yard return by Brandon Smith, breaking tackles and keeping his balance all the way. Dogs ball in Cajun territory when we come back. 12:24 to go in the second quarter. It's Georgia 14, Louisiana nothing. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
Man, this Wi-Fi on every AirTran flight is awesome for managing our fantasy league.
Yeah, sure is.
It's like a fantasy league.
Clever.
Hey, let's resume our trade talks right here on the plane. What do you want for Atlanta Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan?
Let's start with your pretzels.
Done.
Pretzels make me thirsty. How about that apple juice, too?
Fine.
Oh, I like that watch. How about you hand that over?
No way, dude. My dad gave me this watch.
Buddy, this is Matt Ryan we're talking about. Your father didn't raise you to pass up a fantasy league gold mine?
No, he did not.
No, your dad was a son. If you were ever involved in fantasy football trade on an airplane, you give up that watch.
Actually, that sounds exactly like my dad.
Good. And trade completed.
Hey, could you say you love me? In my dad's voice.
No, dude.
Hi, this is Matt Ryan. Check out airtran.com and book a low fare with AirTran Airways, my official airline and proud sponsor of your Atlanta Falcons. Plus, with Wi-Fi now on every AirTran flight, you can always stay connected. AirTran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
With every athletic endeavor, excellence is always the result of hard work and a commitment to doing the job right. Well, it's the same with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. Our Code of Excellence program was established to ensure a standard that contractors feel good about. Positive attitudes and superior productivity on all our job sites is an approach we know our customers appreciate and value. Call 1-888-IBEW-613 or visit us at our website at IBEW613.org. I'm Gino Kelly, Business Manager, IBEW Local 613, and we proudly support University of Georgia Athletics.
I'm George Head, business manager of the Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Service Technicians Local 72. If you're a business owner or developer considering a new project, and quality workmanship and state-certified technicians are important to you, pick up the phone and call us today at 404-373-5778 or visit our website at ua72.org. We take pride in what we do, so make that call. We want to keep Georgians working.
Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Georgia leads Louisiana 14-0. Dog fans, don't forget to tune in after today's game to the BB&T Dog Talk live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Dogs at the Lafayette 41-yard line now with more great field position after a terrific punt return by Brandon Smith. Aaron Murray under center. We run out of the I. Caleb King is the tailback. Receivers to each side. Murray with a play fake to the fullback. Will throw it to Marlon Brown. He bobbles it and loses it out of bounds. Far side of the field at the 35-yard line. It'll be incomplete. Marlon was kind of spinning out of his route there, Z, and the ball was right in his chest right when he broke around to face the quarterback, and he couldn't hang on.
Yeah, it was good timing there by Aaron Murray. Very nice job. Had some touch on that football as well. Probably one that Marlon is going to catch 9 out of 10 times. Just bobbled it there, but very nice timing by Aaron Murray.
2nd and 10 from the Cajun 41-yard line for Georgia. I formation. Murray under center will toss it back to Caleb King. Running room on the right side. Breaks the tackle at the 40, at the 35, and down to the 34, maybe the 33-yard line. He may have gotten 7 or 8 yards on that run. John Chappis and the guard Chris Davis opening some space over on the far side of the field for the Bulldogs as Jordan Topp, the defensive tackle, makes the stop.
Scott Caleb's really running well right now, hitting the hole with a lot of energy, a lot of burst. That first tackle, that first contact, not bringing him down. He's able to get 3 or 4 or 5 yards after that initial contact. Really doing a good job running the football right now.
Mark the ball just inside the Lafayette 35-yard line. It's 3rd down and 3 for the Bulldogs. Will stay in the I. 2 receivers to the near side, Durham and Brown, and 1 to the right. We throw to the right side, or try to. Murray has it just slammed right back in his face as that ball is deflected and bounces back all the way back to the 38-yard line of Georgia. Murray had defense right in his face as he was trying to launch that one. Devin Lewis Buchanan, the linebacker, is the man that batted it away, and we'll try a kick from right here with Blair Walsh, the All-American kicker, from the 42-yard line, a 52-yard attempt. Ty Fricks is the snapper. Drew Butler is the holder. From the far hash, the kick is away. Is it long enough? It is good. 52-yarder, Blair Walsh. He's money in the bank. And the Dogs with 3 more on their side. 17-0 after a 52-yard kick that just eked its way across the crossbar to our left.
Boy, did it ever, and he did it into the wind as well. Not a big breeze here at Sanford Stadium, but there is a little bit, and what little bit there is, Blair Walsh was kicking right into the middle of it.
Blanchard Equipment, proud sponsor of Georgia football and home to the all-new John Deere XUV. It's a crossover you have to experience to believe. Visit BlanchardEquipment.com for a location nearest you. 17-0. Georgia leads with 11:21 to go. First half on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Athens, and you couldn't ask for a better start. Z. Aaron Murray looks very poised. A couple of errors that you could point out if you want to be very critical, but I think all in all, defense is playing well, giving the offense opportunities, and for the most part, able to take advantage.
Yeah, Scott, I couldn't agree more, and you'd have to be very picky right now to say anything negative about what Aaron Murray's done. Maybe a couple of misreads there in those first couple of series, but as the game has progressed, he's right reads, he's throwing a good football, a catchable football, making some smart decisions. Even that last pass that got batted down, the Cajuns brought a weak safety blitz. Aaron saw it, pulled up to throw with side adjustment. They just happened to get up and bat the ball down. But as the game has progressed, Aaron is really doing a good job with his decision-making. His footwork looks good in the pocket. Very impressed with the young man so far.
Now they're going to let Walsh kick it away here. Bogate, as at our 2 previous kickoffs, Walsh kicks it high and short, and it comes down on the 11-yard line. And Sanders Cummings is going to make the tackle at the 20 on Julian Schenkel, who caught it on the near hash and angled to the far side of the field. About a 9 or 10-yard return on that. Cummings makes the tackle on special teams, and the Raging Cajuns will have the football again on their own 21-yard line. 17-0, Georgia leads. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, a heritage of sound financial decisions for clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Cajuns haven't been able to get much going on the offensive side of the ball. 15 plays they've run for 11 yards.
That 3-4 is working, huh? Here's Mason under pressure, throwing it to get rid of it to the near side, just dumps it out. I don't really know if he was outside the tackle box, so to speak, to avoid that grounding call, but there's no flag. Wood and Houston in hot pursuit of Chris Mason as he was forced to dump it off well before he was ready. Trying to go to Matt Desimo, the fullback, off on the near side, but nowhere near.
Well, the closest guy to that football was Darrell Gamble, who was out in the flat trying to make a beeline for the ball, but that ball was just thrown away there by Mason.
He could throw it to Gamble. That'd be fine with me. Handoff straight ahead running, hesitating at the line of scrimmage is the tailback, Robert Walker, as they shuffle in and out the backs. Does Louisiana. Not much running room there, and it's going to be a gain of a couple. 3rd and 8 from the 23. Brandon Wood makes another tackle for Georgia. So third down and 7 yards to go for the Raging Cajuns in their vermilion and white. White tops and, well, we call it red over in this part of the country, I guess. Red pants, red helmets. Crowd making some noise. And Mason taking his time, gets that little leg kick, and they snap it. Now he rolls to the near side, still looking, throws on the run, and contact at the 35, and the pass is broken up by Boykin. Wanted to go to Richie Falgu right in front of the Georgia sideline at the 35-yard line. Would have been a first down had he been able to catch it, but Boykin didn't let him, and it's 4th down.
Pretty good coverage there. Well, real good coverage there by the Georgia Bulldogs. And we may have been helped out by the fact that Brandon got there maybe 2 steps too soon in breaking that pass up, but no flag on the play. And, again, good coverage there by the Dogs on that 3rd down play.
Spencer Ortego back to kick it away. 4th punt of the day for Louisiana Lafayette. Brandon Smith, the deep man once again, had a nice return on his last effort. He stands back on the Bulldog 35-yard line. 4th down. 7 to go. Here's the kick. Low line drive, spiraling long kick. Taken by Smith at the 35. Avoids the first man. Breaks it out to the right. 30, 35. A nice block. 40, 45. Near the 50-yard line. Dog special teams are laying them out with Derek Owens with a nifty block. He's all excited about that. Well, they left Brandon Smith all by himself on the far side. He's the guy with the ball. 48-yard punt, 23-yard return by the Bulldogs, as McCoy made the tackle on Brandon Smith. But again, good field position for Georgia at their own 48. Timeout, 10:01 to go, first half. Georgia 17-0. They lead. More Bulldog football after this on ISP.
In baseball, there are technically only 9 positions on the field of play. But are we not all part of the team? Bleacher bums distracting visiting outfielders. Umpire hecklers chipping away.
Hey, how big is that strike zone?
The pipe organ player may not wear a jersey, but he is an X factor. We're all players in this game we love, and so is the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser. Budweiser beer. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Please drink responsibly.
1 second. That's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone. An interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances. I'm metal.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies. Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, handcrafting every relationship to make sure it's exactly what you want and need in a bank, with some pretty cool products and features like Life Green Checking, mobile banking, and online banking with bill pay. So if you're ready for a bank that's dedicated to making your banking experience easier and even more rewarding, switch to Regions. Go to regions.com/open today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. Minimum opening deposit required. See individual account disclosures for details.
David Shoemate in the ISP Network studios with a quick check of the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Florida building on their lead. Now leads Miami of Ohio 21-3 with 3 minutes to play in the first half in Gainesville. John Brantley, a 10-yard hookup with Armarius Hines, made it 14-3. They've added another score, but again, Scott, the offense struggling, just 30 yards of total offense.
Wow. Well, they're making the most out of it, I guess, with their defense, right? Georgia leading 17-0 here. 1st and 10 for the Dogs from their own 48. And Murray will throw it to the near side. It is caught in Ragin' Cajun territory by Logan Gray, the former quarterback. Orini makes the hit at the 46-yard line of Louisiana. So a 6-yard gain for number 6, Logan Gray, who makes his first catch.
Boy, the Dogs could just do that all game long if they wanted to. Cajuns just playing single safety. They've got their corners playing off, giving that short flat on the outside to the Dogs. They've been doing that now for the past 3 or 4 series, just leaving it there for the taking if the Dogs want it.
Gray got a nice cheer from the crowd here after his catch was announced by the public address announcer. We moved a little bit early. It looked like Clint Bowling on the left side, the left tackle, got out of his stance and started to run a little bit too soon, so flags are down as the whistles blow, and we'll have a 5-yard penalty walked off against us. So we move from their 46 back to our 49 when they mark it off. Georgia football is brought to you by BB&T, over 135 years experience making sound financial decisions in the best interest of our clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. 2nd down and 9. Wiped out the 6-yard gain by Logan Gray. Try to make it up right here. Murray under center. Caleb King, the lone setback. He's way back there, about 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He's going to take the handoff and run straight ahead, but again, whistles blowing the play dead as King ends up at the Louisiana 45-yard line, but another flag on the play. And first game jitters for our referee's microphone, Tom Ritter, as Georgia's flagged for another false start. You can show your Georgia pride all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit nature'sOwnbread.com. Nature's Own, we are nature's baker. 17-0 Georgia, 8:56 to go. In the first half, as Georgia, with a couple of penalties here, it's pushed them back inside their own 45-yard line. Murray in the shotgun, split backfield, takes the snap. King flares out to the right. Murray's going to throw it left, and he threw it to Sean Chappis, who's got a man hanging on him, and he's trying to fight to hang on to the football, and they push him back into the Georgia sideline, back on about the 31-yard line. Terrell Richardson, the defensive end, was a man driving Chappis out of bounds. Did they say it was complete or not?
It was complete.
Yeah, they mark it back on the 31-yard line. A huge loss for Georgia.
It looked like Murray was just trying to throw that ball away, just ripped it. It was a screen pass that the Cajuns had buttoned up pretty well, and Murray looked like he was just trying to throw a bullet into the dirt. Chappis reached his hands out there, made a great catch, probably when we didn't want it.
Exactly, as we back on the 32 now with 3rd and a mile, 3rd and 26, I formation, and we'll keep it on the ground. Caleb King running straight ahead, spins away from a tackle at the near hash, still running and churning his legs and dragging white jerseys with him, gets his way back up to the 43, almost the 44-yard line. So a gain of about 12 the hard way for Caleb King, but it's still a punting situation now for Georgia. Grant Fleming, the linebacker, making the tackle for Louisiana.
And that drive was a little too reminiscent of what we saw all of last year. Penalties early on in the drive. They set you back. All of a sudden you're looking at a 2nd and 15 instead of a 2nd and 7 or 8. Makes it tough to convert first downs when you shoot yourself in the foot.
Drew Butler in to punt for Georgia. Kevin Streeter back deep to receive. Butler takes the snap, gets a high, long, beautiful, spiraling, perfect kick. Bounces on the 8, straight up, and down at the 10 or the 11-yard line by DeMarcus Dobbs. A beautiful punt by Drew Butler into the wind. The wind hung it up a little bit, but you got to think that Butler had a little bit of his leg magic in there, too. A 42-yard kick by Georgia's All-American. 17-0. Georgia leading Louisiana Lafayette second quarter. 7:17 to play in the first half. Timeout on the field in Athens. This is Georgia Bulldog football from ISP.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
When I heard about Georgia Power's new energy audit tool on their website, I wanted to have it tested out, so I took it down to our computer lab, Cromwell, for his analysis. First, Cromwell completed his home profile. Then he answered a few easy questions, and then it gave him a comprehensive report. Based on Cromwell's analysis, he thinks the online energy audit could help the average homeowner find ways to reduce their yearly energy costs up to 30%.
Sniff out up to 30% savings a year at GeorgiaPower.com.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. The next time you're hosting a big game bash, don't forget plenty of Nature's Own white wheat hamburger and hot dog buns. Both feature the timeless taste of white with the hearty nutrition of wheat and are great with whatever you pull off the grill. For tailgate-friendly recipes and ideas, find us on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Nature's Own. We are nature's baker.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Now what could top the convenience of your Kroger pharmacy? How about all that convenience plus $25 in free groceries? Just transfer a prescription over to your Kroger pharmacy. You'll find out how easy it is to have your prescription filled while you shop, plus you'll get $25 loaded directly onto your Plus card. More convenience at the pharmacy means more time for what's important in your life. Transfer your prescription today and start getting more from your pharmacy and $25 at Kroger. See your Kroger pharmacist for details. This year, it's easier than ever to protect yourself and your family from the flu with the Triple Protection Flu Shot at your neighborhood Kroger pharmacy. It's just $25, and there's no appointment needed. And the Triple Protection Flu Shot helps prevent the spread of all 3 common flu viruses, H1N1, influenza B, and H3N2. The CDC has recommended flu shots for everyone this year. So ask your Kroger pharmacist about the Triple Protection Flu Shot today. Get more from your pharmacy at Kroger.
$17-0, Georgia leading second quarter. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Yeah, Scott, just a few minutes ago, offensive line coach Stacy Searles having a little discussion on the sideline with his offensive line about those penalties on the last drive. Trust me, you can tell by the looks on their faces, that was a conversation they'd just as soon not have.
Did he throw his hat at anybody? That's what I want to know. Here's Louisiana Lafayette. 1st and 10 from their own 11, and Mason handing it off, and absolutely nothing there as Lafayette is knocked down behind the line of scrimmage, as it was Julian Schenkel on the carry. Marcus Doughton in the ball game to make the stop. Brandon Wood and Avery Jones is in the contest now, getting his first action of the day for Georgia. So it's second down and about 12 now, loss of 2, and Louisiana back inside their own 10-yard line, moving left to right, moving right to left, really, because they're going backwards. And Mason drags that handoff out, decides to keep it, heads to the near sideline. Flag on the play. Bakari Rambo making the tackle on Mason, and it may be holding on Lafayette. It is. So everything going Georgia's way right now. Darrell Gamble was in pursuit. He was the one being held. Dent was after him. Rambo got him. And Georgia may decline the penalty. Let's see.
During the run, holding number 9, offense. That's only.
Referee Tom Ritter speaking intermittently today. 17-0. The holding penalty declined. And that'll bring up third down and longs for Lafayette. Third down and 12. And Georgia bringing in a little more pass defense help. They play or fake the pass and hand it off, keep it on the ground, and we've got that red too as they hand it off straight ahead. Julian Schenkel get maybe to the 10. He got about a yard, maybe a yard and a half. Marcus Doughton making the hit and the tackle for Georgia. And here comes a punt out of your own end zone now for Lafayette. And Brandon Smith back at midfield and a chance for a nice return. We'll see how it turns out.
This Georgia defense continuing to just play very solid. Hasn't given up any type of big chunks of yardage at all. As a matter of fact, the Cajuns only 13 yards of total offense as we stand right now. Just a dominating performance up to this point by the Georgia D.
Ortego's about halfway back in his end zone. There's the snap. Here's the kick. We try to block it almost. We got a man high up over a blocker. Almost got his hand on it. And Brandon Smith going to call for a fair catch just across the midfield stripe in Georgia territory at the 48. So a very nice punt by Ortego, a 42-yard hanger. And Georgia again with excellent field position. Darrell Gamble was a guy that went high trying to get a hand on that ball right off the foot of Ortego, but unable to get a piece of it. Georgia will have excellent field position. Do you have a T-shirt in you? Go to GeorgiaDogs.com and enter the State Farm Rivalry T-shirt contest before September 28th. State Farm, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And, of course, Georgia football is brought to you by BB&T. If you're thinking about changing banks, think about the one that's been a respected part of the community for over 135 years. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. 17-0. Second quarter action, 5:36 with the clock stopped as play is stopped here momentarily. The officials are we in an official timeout? I don't see the TV guy on the field. They're discussing something at the 48-yard line. That'll give us an opportunity to ask you to stay tuned after each and every Georgia football game for more football programming. It's post-game Dog Talk as we broadcast live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Caleb King with a 20-yard touchdown run for Georgia. Brandon Boykin with an interception deep in Louisiana territory. Ends up to be a 3-yard touchdown pass from Murray to Chris Durham after that drive, and a 52-yard field goal by Blair Walsh. 17-0 Georgia. Dogs with the ball. Murray, the quarterback, going to hand it off to the tailback, Carlton Thomas. Spins away from a tackler on the near side. Nearly drags a foot away from another would-be tackler, but he's finally brought down behind the line of scrimmage at the 45-yard line by Daylon McCoy. And it's going to be a loss on the play of about 2.5, maybe 3 yards back to the 45-yard line to the Bulldogs.
And the Dogs want to start opening it up. Again, the Cajuns continuing to play cover 3, giving us the outside flat all day long if we want to go take it. I wouldn't be surprised here over the through this series if we take a couple of shots downfield. We've been close to the vest, kept everything in front of us. I'd like to see us go up top maybe once or twice and let Aaron air it out one time.
I formation with Thomas, the tailback. Murray, play fake. Drops back in the pocket. Here you go, Z. He's airing it out. Far side, and it is caught over the shoulder. Chris Durham with a beautiful sideline grab all the way down to the 13-yard line. You called it, and there it is.
Well, great job there by Aaron Murray just off the play fake. Again, we've had one-on-one outside. After the first 2 series of the game, the Cajuns have quit mixing up defenses. They've gone solely to single safety. We've had one-on-one outside if we want to go take it. And a perfectly thrown pass there by Aaron Murray right over the outside shoulder of Chris Durham. And Chris did a good job adjusting to the football for the big gain.
42-yard gain on the play. Carlton Thomas again picking up the blitz, giving Murray time to throw, and Durham with a beautiful catch on the other end. Inside the 15-yard line, Dogs looking for more. Hand off to King. Starts to go to the outside, breaks it back in on the far hash, and pushes his way down near the 10-yard line. McCoy, the linebacker, makes the tackle for Louisiana along with Top. A minimal gain of about 3 for Caleb King. It'll be 2nd down and 7 from just outside the 10-yard line as the Dogs look for more and already lead 17-0.
This is a tough place on the field right now to move the football. You've got the field that has shrunk down on you because of the end zone, the goal line. Got to do a lot of things up front, running the football to be successful here.
Run out of the shotgun, split backfield formation. We throw it to Chaffis on the right side, out in the right flat. He breaks the tackle as he caught the pass at the 6 and walks the sideline down into the end zone for another Georgia touchdown. Chaffis just flared out. He came in motion, set up in the backfield, then just flared out to the right. Murray hit him. He broke a tackle at the 6 and scored in the far corner.
Another good read there by Aaron Murray. Going to a secondary receiver, being patient. You have to credit this offensive line, giving Murray just all day long to throw the football, scan the field, find his receivers.
Blair Walsh with the point after attempt. It is good. This Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, offering great low fares to over 60 cities. The Dogs lead it 24-0 here with 3:31 to go in the first half. Timeout on the field. Let's go back to our Bulldog ISP studios and Dave Shoemate for an update. David.
Well, thank you, Scott. Give you a look at what's coming up at halftime. We'll tell you about Florida and Miami of Ohio. It's 21-6 the Gators as they have gone to the locker room. Also check on things in the top 25. The debut for Jimbo Fisher at Florida State. Things are going very well. They are pounding Stanford 42-0. Also, Georgia Tech has a 73 lead on South Carolina State. That's all coming up on the BB&T halftime show.
All right, thank you, David. We're just moments away from that. 3:31 on the clock. And the scoreboard asking for some noise, and the crowd getting into a bit of a comfort zone here. It's such a beautiful sunny day. Some of them might be getting a little overbaked in the warm sunshine there, as we've had a glorious weather day here this afternoon. Blair Walsh preparing to kick it off for Georgia. He'll kick it into a slight wind from right to left. Dogs 24, Lafayette nothing. Louisiana's offense has been stagnant. They've run 21 plays. They have 11 total yards. Here's Walsh with a kick. And it is up and away. A high end-over-end short kick going to come down at the 18-yard line. Streeter ducks under one tackle, 25. Breaks away and heads to the near sideline, and he's wrestled down at the 29-yard line right in front of the Bulldog bench, and that's where Lafayette will have the football again. Sanders Cummings making the stop again on special teams for Georgia.
A kick there by Blair, a little bit shorter than what we've seen, but in part, largest wind gust we've had all day. Right when he kicked it, the flag standing on end. As soon as that ball got up in the air, held that kick up just a little bit, but held it up in the air long enough to get our coverage team down the field.
Yeah, that flag, as you said, Eric, almost fully extended now as the wind blows in a little bit harder from the west on the open end of the stadium here. Justin Anderson in the ball game at nose for Georgia. Brandon Wood and Avery Jones across that front line. And you got Gamble in on the left end and Houston on the right side. Here's Mason to pass from the pocket, throws it high and incomplete over the right side and into the Georgia bench, trying to go to the tight end, Ladarius Green, the 6'6" tight end from Pensacola, had no shot at that one. That one sailing into the benches behind the players on the sideline. Stops the clock with 3:17 to go in the second quarter, and it'll be 2nd and 10 for Louisiana from their own 29-yard line.
And really no place for Mason to put that ball. That corner route didn't have any threat underneath it, so the cornerback was able to drop back and get in that lane.
Shotgun formation for the Ragin' Cajuns. Handoff straight ahead. Runs into the pile, does Kevis Streeter, and tries to keep driving his legs, but that pile's not moving with 300-pound guys stacked up there. He can run all he wants to. He's going to have to run over them to make it move, but he goes nowhere.
I'm sure it felt like 300 guys to him as he was getting just pounded.
Oh, no gain on the play. 3rd and 10 now from just shy of the 30-yard line. He may have gotten a couple of inches. Mason will drop back into the shotgun. Streeter remains in the ball game, but his body language says he'd rather be on the sideline, I think. He's kind of just grasping for breath and looking towards the sky. And Georgia's going to call a timeout. 2:38 to go.
Timeout.
Before halftime, and Georgia with a 24-0 lead on Louisiana Lafayette. Tailgaters, you can submit your favorite tailgate photo, and you could win a $100 gift certificate to Publix and have your photo on the video board of a UGA football game. Just email your photo to ugaphotos@gmail.com or go to georgiadogs.com. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Been a nothing but a pleasure for Georgia in this first half. 24-0 lead. 2 touchdown throws by the redshirt freshman quarterback, Aaron Murray. He's 11 of 16, 111 yards, 2 TDs. D, how would you rate his performance so far?
I think it's as good as you could have expected coming into this football game, outside of a couple of nitpicky critiques where maybe he went to the wrong spot, maybe misread the defense. He's played exactly the way you would have hoped he would step in here and play.
3rd down 10 for the Ragin' Cajuns. In the shotgun, Mason is going to be drilled from the left side by Justin Houston, who beat his man and then laid Mason right into the turf for a sack back at the 23-yard line. A loss of 6, and it's punt time again for Lafayette.
Their second charge timeout.
Dogs call another timeout. Oh, there's all kinds of time left on the clock. Georgia will get the ball back here on 4th down and long as Justin Houston picks up the sack. He had 7.5 last year for the Bulldogs. And let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for this Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
God, it was pretty funny at time as Coach Rick actually ran out on the field, jumped right in the face of the linesman there, and to call that's Johnny Crawford, to make that timeout call. It kind of startled him. He sort of jumped because he came flying up behind him and just screaming, "Timeout, timeout!" You know, so Crawford then turned around and was laughing, but it was funny.
Sometimes they don't hear you, so you know as a coach you've got to get their attention, and I guess Mark has figured out the best way to do that. And that's to jump and holler and scream and get in front of them. On 1st down today, they have 1 first down today and 11 total yards. Louisiana Lafayette, that's their offensive totals. As Spencer Ortego has been the busiest man for Louisiana today. He's their punter, and he's on again. Kicks it away from the 10, a high, wobbly spiral. That's a good-looking punt by Ortego. Backpedaling is Smith, and he makes the fair catch at the Georgia 30-yard line. So Ortego gets off a nice one, and Georgia will have 70 yards of real estate and 2:19 to work with before halftime. A 47-yard punt and no return by Georgia. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, a heritage of sound financial decisions for clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Trots back into the ball game. If you missed it earlier, A.J. Green not playing today. But Chris Durham has certainly picked up that slack. Murray in the shotgun, 1st and 10 for the Dogs from their own 30-yard line. 2:19 remaining in the first half. Caleb Keynes, the lone setback, takes the handoff from Murray, gets to the 31-yard line before he is tackled and dropped by a duo of Lafayette defenders, McCoy and Moore. Linebacker and a defensive tackle. He got about a yard maybe. 2nd and 9 now for Georgia. The clock ticks under 2 minutes.
You talk about the day Chris Durham has had stepping up to the challenge. 4 catches, 78 yards, receiving the football, 1 touchdown.
Not too shabby. Hasn't been on this field for the last 2 years. Here's Murray out of the shotgun with pressure. Stiff arms a man, rolls out to the right as he eludes the chase, and he's going to have to scramble out of bounds. Good pressure by the Ragin' Cajuns. They chase him out of bounds on the far side of the field. Where will they spot it? Right about the line of scrimmage, about the 31-yard line. So no gain for Georgia on the scramble by Murray. And the clock with 93 seconds showing on it before halftime.
Again, Murray showing some good mobility there in the pocket. Pocket kind of collapsed on him. It's the second time that's happened today. Again, he's able to avoid the sack, get outside, and shows what kind of athlete he is and getting downfield and getting out of bounds.
They'll give it a 3rd down try here. 3rd down and 9. Shotgun snap to Murray. On the 20, stands in the pocket, right down the middle, and open, and did he catch it? Or is it intercepted? Chris Durham had it bounce off his chest and into the arms of Louisiana Lafayette. He bobbled it, and they intercepted it in midair. Lance Kelly, the strong safety, covering Durham, was the man who was the recipient of the bobble and the interception. Well, that's a tough way to get your first pick. But it's at the Lafayette 40-yard line. They've got a minute 25 to try and get something going.
Well, it is, but if you're sitting there coaching and critiquing Aaron Murray, did everything right there, delivered a good ball, The Cajuns brought a corner blitz. We actually had it picked up. Chaffis stood up and picked up the blitzing corner. Gave Murray all kinds of time. Murray delivered a strike, put it right where he needed to. Just unfortunately bobbled the pass, and the Cajuns were there to pick it off.
1st and 10 going the other way. Raging Cajuns at their own 40. Shotgun snap to Mason. He rolls to the near side. Pump fakes. Now hangs it up deep down the far sideline. Wow. And the tight end got well behind Bakari Rambo, and a long 60-yard touchdown, Ladarius Green. He was 5 yards behind his man on the near sideline. An easy touchdown for Louisiana Lafayette to get them on the scoreboard. It's 24-6.
Well, that play was set up from a few plays back where Green ran that little corner route. If you recall, it was very well defended before. Mason goes out, pumps fakes on the corner, and everybody just bites. Next thing you know, Green is 5 or 6 yards behind the closest Georgia Bulldog.
Tyler Albrecht in to try the point after attempt for the Raging Cajuns. There's the snap and the hold and the kick, and it is good. And it took almost 30 minutes, but the Raging Cajuns get an interception at their own 40. And then the next play, they go 60 yards to their big star tight end for a touchdown. It's 24-7 as the Bulldogs lead Louisiana here with 1:13 to go before halftime. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. The BB&T halftime show coming up in just a few moments with Hondo and Eric and Charlie Mack. We'll hear Charlie with Chris Durham, State Farm Athlete of the Week, coming up in just a few moments. Georgia fans, G-Extra's changing our name to GTV. GTV is the new home for the most online audio video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports. GTV brings you live game coverage plus features and highlights. Log on to GeorgiaDogs.com/all access. With GTV, you're a fan no matter where you live. Wild quiet here at Sanford Stadium after that Eric interception, and then the next play, a 60-yard throw. Well, the guy was wide open.
Everybody's quiet except for Coach Grantham down there on the sideline. He is.
Well, if we all listened, we could probably hear him.
He is up in the face of that defense right now, expecting perfection, and that was really the first blown assignment. Wasn't a mental mistake, just a physical one where we bit up on the pump fake when they pumped the corner out, and then Bakari Rambo left chasing after that. But you're right. It was a dominating performance up until a couple of mistakes, and all of a sudden the Cajuns are on the board. We're still firmly in control of this football game, but we were setting the stage and the tone exactly the way we wanted to. That just puts a little bit of a damper on it. We'll see if we can respond.
First kickoff of the afternoon for Louisiana. Brett Baer to kick it off. Brandon Boykin, the deep man, the record-setting return man last year for Georgia, takes it on the 8. Straight ahead 20, 25, 30. Runs up on the backside of his blocker, slung to the ground, but I don't think his knee touched. He's still on his feet. Now they drag him down at around the 38-yard line. So Boykin, always a dangerous return man, with a nice return there to give Georgia another opportunity. They've got 63 seconds and a chance for more points if they can be efficient on offense here. 1st and 10 at their own 39-yard line. It was Lionel Stokes that finally stopped Brandon Boykin on the return.
God, I'd say our return game's in pretty good shape, wouldn't you think, with Boykin on the kickoffs and Brandon Smith returning punts. Those are two explosive guys. When they touch it, anything can happen.
I certainly like that so far. Louisiana Lafayette calls a timeout as Georgia has 1:03 to work with here in the second quarter. 24-7. Again, the breeze picking up from the west and blowing into the stadium. Certainly a welcome breeze, I'm sure, to the 92,000 fans assembled here this afternoon. Next week, it'll be on the road for the SEC opener, South Carolina. They looked impressive on their opening night, Thursday night, in their win over Southern Mississippi.
They did. We've got two tough ones back-to-back with South Carolina and then Arkansas looming after that. We're going to test and get a real good picture as to where we are after the first 3 weeks of this season.
Kickoff next Saturday from Williams-Brice Stadium will be at noon, so we'll have 8 o'clock start to our pregame programming for Bulldogs game day. Get you fired up and ready to go for the Bulldogs and the Gamecocks in the SEC opener. Here this afternoon, it's 24-7. Georgia leading the Louisiana Lafayette Ragin' Cajuns with 63 seconds to go in the first half. Dogs break out of the huddle. Durham to the far side, wearing number 31 today instead of his usual 16. Marlon Brown and Israel Troop on the near side. Thomas is the lone setback. Stay in the shotgun. Handed off to Carlton Thomas. Hole at the 45. Dancing and juking and pushing his way up near the 50. He ripped off about 10 yards, 10 and a half maybe, for a first down. That'll stop the clock momentarily. McCoy made the tackle on the shifty Carlton Thomas. Move the chains, 1st and 10, just shy of midfield. 52 seconds. Clock now moving. Shotgun, snap to Murray. Here comes pressure. Steps away from it. Avoids another tackle. Rolls out of to the right side. Throws it down the far side, and it is caught by Orson Charles, the tight end, who came some 12 yards back off his route to help out Aaron Murray, his former high school teammate at Plant High School in Tampa, Florida. Big completion down inside the 30-yard line, down to the Lafayette 27 or 28-yard line. 40 seconds and counting. And whistles blowing, and the officials will stop the clock because Lafayette calls for a timeout. And that was a play that could be triple play worthy of the Comcast triple play. That was a nice move by the tight end, Z, Orson Charles, to come back and help out Murray on that throw.
Yeah, it really was, and good job by Murray avoiding the sack. We had a corner blitz that we actually didn't pick up. Murray did a very good job of avoiding it after missing the side adjustment that we probably should have taken on that play. Got outside, and then a good job executing the scramble drill.
So it's 1st and 10 Georgia from the Ragin' Cajun 28-yard line with 35 seconds to play in the half on a sunny, warm afternoon here in Athens, and Georgia leading it 24-7. The Dogs have been in complete control here. Ragin' Cajuns with 65 total yards of offense, and 60 came on one play just a few moments ago for their only score. They've been held to -4 yards rushing today. Georgia with 197 total yards of offense here in the first half. Aaron Murray, 11 of 17, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. That was really not his fault. It was bobbled by the receiver and then picked off in the air by Lafayette. But here it is, 1st and 10 from the Cajun 28. Durham in motion from right to left. Get it to Murray. He's going to roll with a pocket to the right side. Now he slams on the brakes, avoids the rush, hangs it up in the end zone. There's nobody there except a Ragin'. Oh, he dropped it. The only player who was there was a Ragin' Cajun defender, Lance Kelly. He was too wide open. It bounced right off his hands. Incomplete. What a break for Georgia. Holy smokes.
And that's one of those freshman mistakes that actually we got away with this time. But Aaron Murray just trying to throw that ball away, was intending to throw it out of the back of the end zone, underthrew it. Only guy there was a Cajun. Coach Richt immediately went to him and said, you need to throw that ball out of bounds to the sideline and get it out of bounds.
The wind may have caught that pass as it was blowing in from that end of the stadium, and Kelly should have had the interception. It was there for the picking. It was easy, and he dropped it. It was too easy. Handoff to Carlton Thomas, breaking off to the right side, shifting his body at the 20 and inside the 20 down to the 16-yard line. Kelly makes the tackle. Another first down. It'll stop the clock momentarily. 17 seconds. That'll give Georgia time to get up to the line of scrimmage. Murray in the shotgun. 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Snap to Murray. Looks right. Now throws in the corner and trying to go to Orson Charles at the 2-yard line. Ball sailed over everyone's head, out of bounds and incomplete. That'll stop the clock with 8 seconds left. May have time to run one more here. Try for the end zone perhaps before you try the Blair Walsh field goal.
And the Cajuns now have gone to more of a middle-of-the-field open look, playing some type of 2 deep or bracket. Wouldn't be surprised here if we try. We've been running outside time after time, running corner routes outside with Orson Charles and inside receivers. Wouldn't be surprised here if we break one off to the post here and try to catch them in the middle of that zone.
8 seconds. Got to do it quick if you want to try to get 3 if you don't score on this one. Shotgun formation. Murray takes the snap. He drops back on the 25. He scrambles. The clock is at 4. He's going to run. Murray at the 5. And did he get the pylon? Yeah! Touchdown, Aaron Murray. He got the pylon. They missed the tackle inside the 5, and Murray scrambles for the score as the clock hits 0 to end the half.
And that just electrified not only the crowd, but the entire offensive unit and the entire sideline as well, as they go over to the entire offense, that is, goes over to greet Aaron Murray, congratulating him on another fine run to get into the end zone.
Well, it was all or nothing on that play. He'd run out of time once he started to scramble. The clock was at 0. They tried to bump him out of bounds at the 3, and Murray put the ball down low and slid it right inside the far pylon as Georgia scores a touchdown to end the half. And now here's Blair Walsh to try the point after.
Play under further review.
But as you heard the referee Tom Ritter say, they're going to take a look at this one and see if it is indeed a touchdown. Aaron Murray with that big scoreboard clock right in his face, as that's the direction to which Georgia is driving. He saw the clock ticking down, and with about 4 seconds left, he was already beyond the line of scrimmage, and he couldn't slide at that point because there wouldn't have been any time to get the field goal unit onto the field to try the late field goal. So it was either get to the end zone or just run out of time.
Looks at the replay. It looks like he's in. He was able to reach out, put the ball in his left hand, reach down, get it inside the pylon before he stepped out of bounds. Looks pretty clear from this angle that it was a touchdown.
Review was confirmed.
Touchdown, in case you couldn't hear that. The play is confirmed. Marlon Brown with a good block in the end zone for the Bulldogs to help Murray get the ball inside the pylon there. So we'll try the point after with Blair Walsh. This Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, offering great low fares to over 60 cities. Here's the point after attempt by Walsh to try to make it 31. The snap and the hold and the kick. It's good, and it is 31-7, excuse me. Georgia leading Louisiana. Let's go down on the field. Chuck Dowdles with Coach Mark Richt for the AT&T halftime report.
Coach, real quickly, your assessment of your young quarterback, Aaron Murray.
Well, he got away with a couple things. You know, that ball he tried to throw away out of the end zone, he should have thrown out of bounds. Should have been picked. And then even that last run, you got 8 seconds. You can't afford to do that. If they'd have reviewed that, it's out on the 1, the clock ran out, we get nothing. So he's got to learn those things, but he's at times he's shown more poise than some of our veteran offensive linemen jumping off sides. So overall, you know, I'm happy, but we got a ways to go.
And real quickly, the defense with the exception of the one mistake.
Well, you hate to have the one mistake, but they've been playing extremely well minus that play. And, you know, there's always something to correct. It started getting sloppy. Even in that last drive that we scored on, most everything was a broken play. So it wasn't like we were executing that well, and it started getting sloppy after we got up 17-0.
Do you like the block by Derek Owen?
Oh, yeah. Just as long as he blocks him on the front side.
Coach, thank you so much. How about that? Derek Owens with that block. Let me tell you, he really excited those dogs over here on the sideline, perhaps more than any of the touchdowns, guys. And here's the thing. My God, he's just a freshman.
Nice job. Thank you very much. As Coach Rick sounded like he was pretty pleased for the most part with the first half. And he should be, Z. It's 31-7 at the intermission.
Yeah, outside of a couple of big plays there by the Raging Cajuns, the interception and the subsequent pump and go for the touchdown on the long pass, outside of those two plays, there were some small breakdowns where Aaron Murray had to get out of the pocket and create down the field. But the good news is we are creating, we are making some plays. Outside of those big two plays that the Cajuns had, really a solid first half for the Georgia Bulldogs.
All right, we're at halftime in Athens. It's Georgia 31, Louisiana Lafayette 7. Hondo's next with the BB&T halftime show. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
1 second, that's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone, an interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances. Buy metal.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies.
Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Attention Xfinity Sports Fan University. Class is now in session.
Hey, Fred, tell me again why I'm bringing a tiger to the gym.
Well, Xfinity has the most college football in the South this year, so the department's getting all the mascots together to celebrate.
That gator's giving me a funny eye.
Nah, I wouldn't worry. He mainly goes after Bulldogs. Yep, Xfinity has both ESPNU and CSS, so you get all the games that matter.
I don't think these guys like each other that much.
You should see them when they get on the field.
Switch to digital preferred TV on Xfinity from Comcast for the most live college football in the South. With CSS and ESPNU, you get all the action. Or get digital starter TV for as low as $29.99 a month with a free HD DVR for 6 months. Only on Xfinity, home of the most live sports. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Offer ends 9/21/10. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. After promotion, regular rates apply. Equipment installation, taxes, and franchise fees extra. Visit Xfinity.com for details.
We've reached the midway point of today's game and the BB&T halftime show. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Anchoring our coverage, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Aaron Murray has thrown for 2 TDs, run for another, and Georgia leads 31-7 here at the half. It's 15 minutes until the second half kickoff. You could be saving 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO. Or visit geico.com. After coming off surgery this summer for a toe injury, Bulldog senior linebacker Akeem Dent has already racked up a team-high 4 tackles today, including a sack. And our Steve Bell has our halftime profile of Akeem Dent, your State Farm Athlete of the Week.
Hello, Bulldog fans. Well, Dogs senior linebacker and Atlanta native Akeem Dent ended last season with 32 tackles in 8 games and posted a career-high 11 tackles against Georgia Tech. Akeem says he's recovered from his summer toe injury and ready for action.
Right now, I feel great. I feel confident going into this season. You know, we're ready to go out and just play football and have some fun.
Tell me what the mood is on the senior squad. What goals have the senior leadership established for the team this year?
Basically, we just wanted to, just get to the younger guys and, just basically just show them how to work, basically, how to come out and, just be able to play football and make sure they're finishing the drill and giving everything they got on every down and every single play.
Akeem is a housing major with emphasis on property management and wants a career in real estate. He is also a recipient of the Bill and Margaret Young Football Scholarship. I'm Steve Bell with Akeem Dent, today's State Farm Athlete of the Week. All season long, State Farm is proud to be there as your Georgia Bulldog sponsor.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. So far, so good with the 3-4 defense and the freshman quarterback as Aaron Murray has propelled Georgia to a 31-7 halftime lead. The BB&T halftime show continues from Athens after these words. This is Georgia football from ISP.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. The next time you're hosting a big game bash, don't forget plenty of Nature's Own white wheat hamburger and hot dog buns. Both feature the timeless taste of white with the hearty nutrition of wheat and are great with whatever you pull off the grill. For tailgate-friendly recipes and ideas, find us on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Nature's Own. We are Nature's Baker.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each small business customer. That means giving you the basics, like checking and savings, as well as offering the right lending options. Because we understand how important capital, revenue, and cash flow are to your small business. So if you're ready for a bank that's as committed to growing your business as you are, switch to Regions. Visit Regions.com/yourbusiness today.
Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
Calling before you dig has gotten easier. Simply dial 811. One free call to Georgia 811 gets your utility lines marked and helps protect you from injury and expense. Know what's below. Call before you dig. Dial 811.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Subway's turned up the heat. Introducing Subway fiery foot-long subs like the intensely delicious new turkey jalapeno melt and the boldacious buffalo chicken. Fiery foot-long subs, our boldest yet. Subway, eat fresh.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Nothing's better than the 2 for $20 deal at Applebee's. Get one shareable appetizer and 2 delicious entrees for only $20. And catch the game of the sports owned at Applebee's with tons of widescreen TVs and all-day, everyday drink specials. Make Applebee's your game day headquarters.
The BB&T Halftime Show continues with a check of the Sherwin-Williams scoreboard. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. Inside the ISP Network studios, here's David Shoemate.
31-7, the Dogs out in front at the break as we continue with the BB&T Halftime Show. Games already in progress in the SEC. Number 4 Florida taking on Miami of Ohio and getting things done on the defensive side of the ball.
2nd and 8, we'll call it. The ball at the 35. Rogers and Robinson to the far side. Gibbons and Payne to the near side, looking near side, and throwing the pick, and that'll be a pick 6 unless Dysart can get him. Janoris Jenkins gives the Gators a 6-3 lead off the interception, the pick 6.
Steve Baker on the Miami ISP Sports Network, a 70-yard pick 6 for Jenkins, made it 7-3. Florida added 2 more scores, 21-6. They have the lead with 9:35 to play in the third quarter. This is despite massive struggles on the offensive side of the ball, only 32 total yards, but they've taken advantage of 3 Miami turnovers. Other key games in the SEC coming up later today at 8 o'clock. It's number 21 LSU and number 18 UNC. Number 17 Arkansas opens their season at home against Tennessee Tech tonight at 7 o'clock in Fayetteville. As good as the Razorbacks offense was last year, the defense was woeful, ranking last in the league, giving up more than 400 yards a game. Number 22 Auburn will take the field for the first time against Arkansas State at 7 o'clock tonight down on the Plains. Auburn won the only previous meeting between the two, 27-0 in 2006. Some scores from the top 25. Number 9 Iowa 30-7 over Eastern Illinois, 8:44 to play in the third quarter. Number 16 Georgia Tech 13, South Carolina State 3, 13:48 to play in the first half. Number 19 Penn State has a 23-7 lead on Youngstown State as they get underway in the third quarter. Quarterback Robert Bolden 13 of 19 for 133 yards, a touchdown and an interception. And the Jimbo Fisher era is underway in Tallahassee, 42-3. The Noles all over Sanford. They've got 9:15 to play in the third quarter. We are at the half at Sanford Stadium. The Dogs well out in front, 31-7, and the BB&T halftime show continues on the other side of this timeout.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
Dogs can sense when something is wrong even when we can't. Take phantom energy. This is energy that's still being used even when your electronic devices are turned off. Georgia Power asked if we might be able to train dogs to attack phantom energy loss. All right, unplug them, boy. Unplug them. Dogs know that a plasma TV uses nearly as much electricity when it's turned off as when it's turned on. And then using a power strip can save you up to $100 a year. Good boy.
Find more ways to sniff out savings at GeorgiaPower.com.
Welcome to Lowe's. Oh, looks like you're ready for some Bulldogs football.
How'd you know?
Bulldogs face paint, Bulldogs jersey.
I'm almost ready for kickoff. Just had to make one more stop for my game day grill supplies.
Well, you come to the right place. Lowe's has all the accessories you need for game day grilling. Whether it's Weber or Charborough grills, Kingsford charcoal, or Blue Rhino propane, Lowe's has you covered tighter than the Bulldogs' first-string offensive line. All together now.
Go Dogs! All right,
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Here's a safety reminder from the Georgia Forestry Commission. Georgia football and fall foliage.
It's time for the great outdoors, but if your activities include doing some burning, remember to get a permit.
Call 1-877-OK2-BURN or log on to gatrees.org.
Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. How's that?
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hello, fans. This is Jimmy Ellis at Jim Ellis Automotive, and I know Coach Rick has a winning game plan, but let me tell you how you can win at Jim Ellis Automotive. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com, click the football page, then find the Jim Ellis Automotive Register to Win contest link. Enter our contest to win a weekend for two at the Georgia-Florida game in Jacksonville, October 30th. You're also a winner with the purchase of a new or pre-owned vehicle from Jim Ellis Automotive. For details, visit our showrooms in Atlanta, Marietta, and Beaufort, or online at JimEllis.com, where you can always expect the best.
Living the solid life. Day 21.
A few weeks ago, I sat down with a SunTrust branch manager and told her my money was getting harder to control. Well, she said, what if I showed you how to track your spending and automatically set aside savings? Show away, I replied. It's day 21, and I'm living solid.
SunTrust is here to help you take charge of your money. Visit suntrust.com/solid. Stop by a nearby branch or call 800-SunTrust. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank member FDIC.
Our BB&T halftime show from Athens, GA continues. Sanford Stadium's the site of a 31-7 demolition by Georgia over Louisiana Lafayette so far. Eric Zier joins us now, and it's time to grill the quarterback, presented by Lowe's. Lowe's, the official home improvement retailer of the Georgia Bulldogs. Z, what do you like about Aaron Murray?
I like a lot so far. He's made some great decisions. He's mobile whenever he's had some pressure in the pocket. He's been able to get outside and create and make some plays. Outside of one real bad decision, which was trying to throw the football away out of the back of the end zone instead of just out of bounds. That ball should have been picked off. It wasn't. We got away with that one. And maybe a couple of missed reads. Outside of that, he's played great.
We had heard about his quick feet, and he's sure shown it so far today.
Boy, he really has. You know, the injuries that he's had, you start to wonder about that a little bit. Is it going to affect his quickness and mobility? It sure hasn't looked like it today. He's been able to run the ball fine. That touchdown run, I'm jealous for one. I wish I could have done something like that when I was playing the game.
With the exception of the one mistake, Georgia's 3-4 defense has debuted with a flourish.
Boy, it's just outstanding. And the big thing, no mental mistakes, no mental bust where you've had guys miss assignments. You had the one big play, which was created because we bid on a pump fake. But we were in the right spot, just shouldn't have bid on the pump fake. Other than that, they played great.
Up until that point, Georgia's defense had given up 1 first down and 11 total offensive yards to Louisiana Lafayette. Right now it's 65 offensive yards due to that long touchdown pass. But so far, so good. Thanks, Z. We'll get your second half thoughts with Scott Howard in just a few minutes. Right now, though, Scott's going to join us because we're going to step into the Wayback Machine with Arby's great moments in UGA history.
This great bowl moment in Georgia history is brought to you by Arby's $1 value menu. Undefeated Hawaii was no match for a powerful Bulldog team in the 2008 Sugar Bowl. Georgia dominated every aspect of the game. Dogs defensive end Marcus Howard was named the game's most outstanding player with 3 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 1 recovered for a touchdown. The Bulldogs rolled to a 41-10 whipping of Hawaii. It was Georgia's largest margin of victory ever in a bowl game.
Carlton Thomas has rushed for 52 yards. Caleb King for 46. Aaron Murray has run for an additional 16. The Dogs have hung 258 yards and a 31-7 advantage on Louisiana Lafayette. We'll come back with second half action. Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Chuck Dowdle on the sidelines. It's 31-7. Dogs in the season opener leading the Raging Cajuns. This is Georgia football from ISP.
Are you eating out less often? Maybe you didn't go out of town for vacation this year. The economy is making people cut back in lots of different ways, but you should never cut back on the security of your family and home. Neil Hondo Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, where you pay only $18.95 per month. $18.95 per month for local monitoring and no fee to switch from your current provider. I've used Ackerman for years to protect my wife and kids. Call 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111.
While baseball has earned its place as America's pastime, it wasn't always a given.
The phrase could have been as American as foosball and apple pie. Imagine singing Take Me Out to the Luge Run. But there's something universal about baseball, peanuts, the bleachers on a hot summer day, and an ice-cold Budweiser. The beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Please drink responsibly.
Leather football helmets were considered adequate head protection back in the old days. Similarly, there was a time when old-fashioned liquid chemical solutions were considered adequate termite protection for homes. It's 2010. Time to upgrade to the unbeatable combination, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
31-7, Georgia leading at halftime. Scott Howard, Eric Dyer back with you here at Sanford Stadium, getting ready for second half action. Time to grade the team, brought to you by Lowe's, the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. Z, how would you grade the team, the Bulldogs, at halftime?
Overall, I think I would give them an A- right now. They played pretty well outside of the one interception, which led then to the long touchdown pass. If you break it down a little bit further, though, and get some details out of it, one of the things we wanted to look at were penalties. We've had 4 penalties. You probably grade us as a C, maybe a little bit lower than that. Right now, we've got to maintain discipline where we've had drive stall. It's been because of penalties. No big plays allowed. The defense has played great. They've had the one big play allowed so far today. But outside of that one play, they've played fantastic football and then established the running game. We've been able to do that. I think the big surprise, maybe not so much a surprise, but everybody's glad to see, is that Aaron Murray's really stepped up and played well. Overall, A- on the grade so far. Just a few things to button up.
And SunTrust brings you the solid adjustment. SunTrust Live Solid, Bank Solid. So if you're going to adjust anything at the midway point, what are you tweaking?
Well, not a whole lot to adjust right now. You want to button up the penalty situation. Try not to have any more as we move through the game. One thing to adjust to is to really get the ground game established. We've got a nice, comfortable lead. We're going to play it close to the vest for the remaining part of the game, but let's get our running game really going and really cranking because as we move through the season, that is going to have to be a focal point of this offense.
31-7 is our score at the half as Caleb King had a 20-yard touchdown run. Chris Durham, a 3-yard touchdown pass from Aaron Murray. Blair Walsh, a 52-yard field goal. That guy's money from long range. He was 4 out of 5 from 50-plus last year and 1 for 1 so far this season. Sean Chappis had an 11-yard touchdown pass, touchdown catch from Aaron Murray. And then Murray with a 16-yard scramble at the end of the half as he just did get the ball inside the pylon on the far right side of the field. And it is 31-0. Georgia is absolutely dominating. And Chuck Dowdle is our man on the sidelines today. He's standing by for this Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck, down to you.
Oh, Scott, I got to tell you, from down here in the first half, one of the most entertaining things that I saw was following the Louisiana Lafayette touchdown pass. Coach Todd Grantham greeted the defense rather with a lot of animation, shall we say, as they left the field. And then as they were seated over on the sideline, he let them know in no uncertain terms that he wasn't real happy with that particular defensive play. The fans in the south stands reacting to Coach Grantham, standing and cheering, and as he would walk away and come back to let the defense know more, they'd stand and cheer again. So they were rather strongly in Coach Grantham's corner there.
People like it when you yell at somebody else, I guess, huh?
Apparently so.
Get those boys in line.
They like the enthusiasm.
Is that what it is? We're almost set for the second half here as Georgia will receive. with a 31-7 lead. It'll be Brandon Boykin back deep to return his second kick of the day, and Bear will kick it off for the Raging Cajuns. They were abysmal offensively in that first half, -4 yards rushing, or you could say Georgia was absolutely stupendous defensively. A high, short kick. They want to keep it away from Boykin. It's taken by one of the up men at the 25, and on the run is one of those big, heavy fullbacks all the way up to the 45-yard line, and that is Cameron Allen, number 41. Cameron Allen out of Canton, Georgia, making the return. Tripped up by Lionel Stokes on special teams for Lafayette, but a good return all the way back to the 46-yard line. So that probably backfired. I don't know that Boykin's going to return it that far every time.
No, I think if they're going to kick it short, they want to kick it probably a little bit higher than what they got it and make somebody fair catch that, as opposed to just a little pooch to them where they've got plenty of room to run.
Georgia starts out 1st and 10 from the 46. Brandon Smith in the ball game, coming in motion from the far side, takes the handoff, tries to end around it to the near side at the 50. Sidesteps a man at the 45, the 40 into Lafayette territory. That guy's lighting it up. Brandon Smith with a nice run from the far side of the field, went in motion, took the handoff, and gets into Lafayette territory before Bill Bentley brought him down for the Raging Cajuns. They'll spot the ball now at the 37-yard line of Louisiana.
Nice little package to get Brandon Smith the football. Every time he touches it, he's got a chance to take it to the house. He is just electric. The more we can get him involved in those special kind of situations with special plays, the more opportunity we give ourselves.
Dogs in the eye, King the tailback, and Murray play fake to King in the pocket. Has time, throws near side, caught by Charles and out of bounds as he stumbles out of bounds at the 31-yard line. He was a little upset with himself that he didn't keep his feet better perhaps and keep himself inbound so he could slip down the sideline. But he made the catch at the 31 for about a 6-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 4 from the Cajun 31.
Little curl flat combination for the Dogs here on the near sideline. Cajuns did a good job backing up and getting defense underneath that curl. And Aaron Murray once again showing good patience going to his second receiver.
Two receivers right. They'll keep it on the ground to Caleb King. Got a nice block in the backfield as King ran by that, and then he ran into a wall at the 30-yard line and is stopped there after a 2-yard gain. And Sherrick Moore out of Tampa and Terrell Richardson from Pensacola, Florida, making the stop, as you can tell by the roster, as Lafayette dips into the state of Florida like everyone does for their players.
Dogs on 3rd down in the first half, 5 out of 9, so pretty good efficiency when needed on 3rd down.
3rd down and 3 right here from the Lafayette 30-yard line. Murray's in the shotgun, split backfield with King and Chappis. Murray stands between them, takes the shotgun snap, throws it to the right side of the field, and a stretching out catch by Charles is incomplete, actually. I think he came up with the ball, but he was out of bounds as he tried to stretch out his body and catch it going out of bounds right at the 1st down marker on the far side of the field, but was unable to do so. So the Dogs failed to convert, and they will bring on Blair Walsh. They'll spot the ball at the 38-yard line. Drew Butler for a 48-yard attempt. There's the snap and the hold, and the kick is away, and watch it. It is good. Walsh right between the pipes again. Another 3 on the board for the Dogs, and it is 31-7. Georgia leading on opening day here in Athens, as Blair Walsh now 2 for 2 on the year after a 20 out of 22 field goal performance last season. Georgia football is brought to you by BB&T, over 135 years experience making sound financial decisions in the best interest of our clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. All right, Z, you've got your redshirt freshman in there, Aaron Murray. You're up 34-7. You're in pretty good shape. How long do you keep him in the ball game before you maybe go to somebody else?
I keep him in through the 3rd quarter and probably take him out. The way he's playing right now, probably take him out as you move into the 4th quarter, assuming that we've still got this kind of comfortable lead. But right now, the more, I know he's been here through 2 springs, and he had a redshirt year last year, but you gain experience every time you step on the field in live action. I think that he needs to stay out there as long as we can, and we move into the fourth quarter. Maybe a good idea to get some other guys some work, but with South Carolina looming and then Arkansas after that, I want him to be as comfortable as he can be and get as many snaps as he realistically can today.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, do you want him to just stay in and get the work, or do you want to, get somebody else to work that may have to play later in the season?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, and I think 1 quarter for somebody else would be good, but keep him in there as long as you can.
Here's Walsh with the kickoff for the Bulldogs. Back on the 3. It's bobbled and dropped on the goal line. He picks it up. That is Spikes. Spikes in trouble, dancing around inside the 10-yard line, and he is covered up at the 7. He tried to make the catch at the 3. He bobbled it. It bounced away from him back on the 1. And then at that point, there were about 10 red jerseys just about in his face. He tried to dance away from a few of them, but he was covered up in a pile on the 7-yard line. So when it rains, it pours for Louisiana Lafayette. As the Ragin' Cajuns came in today, as Eric said in the pregame, 0 for life against the SEC, 0 for 35, and well on their way to 0 for 36 after today. 1st and 10 from their own 7-yard line for Louisiana. Mason in the shotgun, and a snap of the ball, and no snap. Actually, the right guard moved.
Dead ball.
For Lafayette.
Ball start, 76. Offense, half the distance to the goal.
So half the distance puts them back on about the 3.5-yard line. So normally a 5-yard penalty is not too bad, but when you're on your 7, it's a little bit worse.
It hurts a little bit.
Yes, it does.
And penalties are a rare thing for this Ragin' Cajun football team. They led the Sun Belt Conference with fewest penalties last year. That's their first one today.
They go 1st down and 14 now from their own 3-yard line. Snap it to Mason, who's in the shotgun. He stands in the end zone. He'll hand it off to Shankle, the tailback, and Shankle gets up to about the 4-yard line. Christian Robinson, the linebacker from Norcross, Georgia, for the Dogs, making the tackle. So it's going to be second down, about 13. He got a little bit of running room there, but not much to brag about.
Christian Robinson having a pretty big game. We've called his name an awful lot. He's been in the mix quite a bit.
Stay in the shotgun from their own 4-yard line. Man in motion. Cuff goes with him. Play fake. Mason will keep it. He's tackled at the 6 by Rambo. Bakari Rambo, the redshirt sophomore, came out to make the play. It's going to be 3rd down now and 12 with 11:52 to go as the clock ticks here in the 3rd quarter.
In this 3-4 defense, you get a lot of support with safeties. Because you're blitzing linebackers, you've got to bring safeties up into the mix to backfill where those safeties are vacating. Bakari Rambo's done it several times a day where he's been able to get up, make good, solid tackles as he's filling the gap.
Lafayette on the 6, 3rd down and about 11. In the shotgun, Mason, shovel pass behind the line and brought down at the 5. The pass was complete. Christian Robinson made sure it didn't go anywhere as they lost yardage on the play. Threw it to Shankle. Just a little shovel over to Shankle, and he is covered up and buried at the 5-yard line. So Lafayette will have to kick out of their end zone. Coming up in the 4th quarter, we'll have the Texaco Star Player of the game, and a lot of guys to pick from in red and black today, or red and silver, if you will.
Nice job there by DeMarcus Dobbs, occupying 2 guys on that play. And one thing that really impresses me so far about the Georgia defense is, on top of the stats and kind of game that they're putting up, they're attacking with an awful lot of speed. Guys are really exploding to the football.
Ortego back almost in the back of the end zone. Gets off a short kick off the side of his foot. It doesn't go very far. He gets a nice roll, though, and it rolls across midfield and is going to be downed at the Georgia 42-yard line. So he got a lot of bounce out of that one. It didn't go very high or very far, but he got a good roll, and it was effective enough. No return, a 52-yard punt. Not bad with the bounce. 10:22 to go, 3rd quarter. Georgia 34, U of L 7, or Louisiana 7. Timeout on the field. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
There are 24 time zones.
So it's happy hour somewhere. At 9 a.m. when the cubicles are filling up in Manhattan, the Belarusians are just getting off work. Time for a cold buzz. Goat herding in Turkey? It should comfort you to know that it's happy hour in Maui. There are 24 happy hours a day on this planet, and tomorrow they start all over again with a beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser beer. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Please drink responsibly.
Here's a little test on a subject we like to call Toyotanomics. What's the common denominator of 31 and 16? The Toyotanomics event. 31 days of amazing deals on 16 different Toyota models, like the 2011 Camry. Now get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 90 days. The Toyotanomics event. It's all our best thinking under one roof. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between August 3rd and August 31st, 2010. Toyota. Moving forward.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Come to Arby's and try the new Junior Deluxe Sandwich. And now for a limited time, get the Junior Deluxe Combo for just $2.99. Oven roasted, thinly sliced roast beef, lettuce, sliced tomato, and mayo. The Junior Deluxe, only at Arby's.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Most people don't like to talk in the morning. Subway gets that. Want a tasty breakfast without the jibber-jabber? Just point at the jalapenos, fresh tomatoes, anything you want. Let us build your better breakfast, like the Western Egg White Muffin Melt. Subway, eat fresh.
Lunch may very be available from opening to opening on the participating restaurants.
Third quarter in Athens, Sanford Stadium, opening day. Georgia clobbering Louisiana Lafayette 34-7. Everything worth listening to is on Sirius XM, like Georgia football. And you can discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the guaranteed termite protection of Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Call Cook's for a free evaluation. 1st and 10 Bulldogs from their own 47-yard line. As Troop goes in motion, Murray under center, run out of the I formation. Thomas is the tail. Play fake. Beautiful fake by Murray. Rolls out to the right. Gets a block. Murray going to keep it. Directing traffic. 40, 35, and tripped up at the 32-yard line. So from his 47 all the way down to the Lafayette 32, and Israel Troop with a nice block. And Murray was directing traffic over there as Lewis Buchanan, the linebacker, finally brought him down on the play.
Well, nice play there by Murray, but I'm sure when he goes back and looks at that on film, he's going to see Marlon Brown streaking down the field with nobody behind him. If Aaron would have seen that, could have lofted it up, may have had another touchdown pass.
21-yard pickup for Murray and a timeout, Georgia. Dogs ask for a time with 9:53 to go in the third quarter. 34-3. Murray will trot over to the sideline now to talk things over. In fact, the whole team will walk over. And we'll take a timeout as well. Breaking the action here in the third quarter. It's Georgia 34, Lafayette 7. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
The path to financial freedom can be crowded and confusing. You want to be confident in your choices every step of the way. At BB&T, we share the insight and knowledge that provide clear direction and a better understanding of the possibilities. Since 1872, BB&T has supported our clients' goals by offering a wide range of financial options and the personal attention that we believe should never go out of style. From day-to-day management of your finances to planning for your long-term goals, you'll be better informed so you can head in a brighter financial direction. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about where your money can take you and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
BB&T, member FDIC.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic. And you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon. So you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how spirited are you. Rule the stadium. Rule the gridiron. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation only. Termination and fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Hey, Dogs fans, bring your appetite to Applebee's for the 2 for $20 special. Get 1 shareable appetizer and 2 entrees for only $20. Choose appetizer favorites like tangy boneless buffalo wings. Then dive into mouth-watering entrees like the 7-ounce house sirloin or the new provolone stuffed meatballs with fettuccine, all for only $20. You can always catch the game in the Sports Zone at Applebee's, surrounded by tons of widescreen TV so you'll never miss a play. And with the 2 for $20 deal, you'll never leave hungry. Applebee's, there's no place like the neighborhood.
Logan's been a little too quick in getting out of the pocket, not standing in the pocket and going through his reads. A few of the times it's worked out, it worked out there, but the coaches would want to see him stand in the pocket, go through his progressions a little bit better.
4 receivers set, and we throw it to Durham on a screen across, a little tunnel screen, and it was tipped, I think, but Durham able to hang on to it. He made the catch and is tackled at the 20-yard line. Bernard Smith with the tackle for Louisiana Lafayette.
Nice catch there by Chris Durham. That was not an easy play. That ball getting tipped there at the line of scrimmage, changed the trajectory of the ball. Chris Durham had to kind of reach for it to go grab it in a lot of traffic, still able to make the catch and get the first down.
Murray with a scramble and Durham with a nice catch there as the Dogs move to the 21-yard line of Lafayette. 1st and 10, handoff Carlton Thomas fighting for yards straight ahead. He falls forward to the 19-yard line. As the Dogs are taking their time here, moving in for more perhaps, leading it 34-7. LaMarcus Gibson, the strong safety, makes the stop on that play for the Ragin' Cajuns. We're at 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. 2nd down and 9 coming up for Georgia.
Cajuns in this part of the field have consistently gone man-to-man, single safety. Don't look like they're doing it here, though. But historically, they've been playing man-to-man in this part of the field.
2 receivers right, 1 left. We're going to throw it to Wooten on the far side as he tried to get a block on the far side and sidestep 2 defenders. He makes the catch and then is tackled at the 17-yard line. Gibson makes the stop as Wooten makes, I believe that's his first catch of the day. And it is. Offensive line for Georgia right now. Bowling and Davis, the tackles. Glenn and Strickland, Tanner Strickland in, the junior from Nashville, Georgia. Berrien County in at guards, and Ben Jones is in the middle. And those are the only 6 that we've used today. 3rd down and 6 for the Bulldogs. I formation. Thomas is the tailback. And play fake by Murray. He drops back to pass, stands in the pocket, fires. Curling back to make the catch is Marlon Brown, and he does so at the 5 and then slips down there, but it is a first down, 1st and goal at the 5 for Georgia. He had a little bit of running room, but when he curled back around to make the catch, his foot kind of went out from underneath him, and he slipped down, his knee touched down, and Georgia has it 1st and goal at the 5.
Yeah, Scott, exactly right. Marlon Brown ran a corner route. Aaron brought him back down the stem a little bit, back down the field, to make the catch, and he had plenty of running room if he could have kept his feet just to walk into the end zone.
Stay in the eye. Murray under center. 2 receivers to the near side. We'll hand it to Carlton Thomas. Thomas running straight ahead is going to pick up about 3. Tackled by Tucker. Christopher Tucker, who lost his helmet on the play, made the stop. Figgins and Jones trying to make some space for Thomas on that play as blockers. And Carlton picked up a couple of yards, maybe 2.5. They're inside the 3. It's 2nd and goal for the Dogs, who lead it 34-7 with 5:26 to go in the third quarter. Charles, the tight end on the right. Figgins, the tight end on the left. Power formation. Hand it to Carlton Thomas. He dives. He lost the ball at the 1. There's a pile. I think they're going to say he was down at the 1 when the ball came loose. Oh, scary moment. No, he got it back anyway. The little guy came out of the pile with it. Took the ball, just tried to dive into the end zone, didn't quite reach it. Fumbled the ball at the 1, able to come up with it. Figgins has lost a shoe. He'll come out of the ball game, and Aaron White will check in as the Dogs shuffle their tight ends in and out.
That's always a little bit dangerous when you extend that football, try to reach over the goal line, and when you're jumping from the 3-yard line, it's tough to get all the way in.
Yes, it is. And it's 3rd and goal from the 1. And Murray will play fake, throw it to Chappis. No, that's Munzenmeyer, wide open in the end zone for the touchdown. Fred Munzenmeyer on a play fake, rolled out to the right, wide open. And Murray got it to him, but check it, there's a flag on the play. Hold everything while we determine what the penalty is. Here's Tom Ritter, our referee. It was offsides on Lafayette, so it's declined. It is a touchdown, and that Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, the official airline of the away game. Now here's Blair Walsh for the point after. The snap and the hold and the kick are good, and it's 41-7 as Georgia has opened it up here in the third quarter. 4:25 to play. Timeout on the field. Dogs in cruise control. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
I don't know. Maybe you're one of those individuals who doesn't want to save money on car insurance. Maybe you're an alien from another planet. Maybe on your world the words saving and money have no meaning. Well, I feel sorry for you. But around here, if you want to save money on car insurance, you switch to Geico. Just like 4 million humans switched to Geico last year. Welcome to planet Earth.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you hundreds on car insurance.
Here's a little test on a subject we like to call Toyotanomics. What's the common denominator of 31 and 16? The Toyotanomics event. 31 days of amazing deals on 16 different Toyota models, like the 2011 Camry. Now get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 90 days. The Toyotanomics event. It's all our best thinking under one roof. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between August 3rd and August 31st, 2010. Toyota. Moving forward.
A Texaco text message from Dan.
I'm an auto detailer. Hey, when I clean your car, I do not disappoint. The key, use the right tools. You know, sponges, brushes, toothbrushes. I clean everywhere, except inside the engine. Say, leave that to Texaco with Techron. No gasoline can beat its cleaning power, and there's no elbow grease required.
People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron.
Elbow grease. Yeah, you don't want any of that stuck to your car.
Texaco with Techron. Trust your car to the star.
Come on, baby. We can't be late for our own engagement party.
Honestly, I don't want to marry you. Not that I don't love you. It's just that I love not being married to you a whole lot more.
Oh, that's so romantic.
Music makes everything better. Play All Access, the new scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery, with 20 million free music downloads and over 11 million in cash prizes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
David Shumay back inside the ISP Network studios as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Florida is getting dominated at home in every facet except the scoreboard. Miami of Ohio tacks on a field goal. They're down 21-12. They've outgained the Gators in total yards, 172-26, Scott, as they just started the fourth quarter.
Where's Tim Tebow?
Wow.
26 yards of
That's
offense?
unbelievable.
That is crazy. Thank you, David. But they're winning the ball game. And Georgia is winning here as well in dominating fashion, 41-7, and the yardage is similar, 335 for Georgia, 66 total for Lafayette. As the Dogs will kick it off, Blair Walsh to kick it from the 30. It's teed up and ready to go. It's high and away, end over end and long, and taken on the 2 by Spikes. Straight ahead to the 15 and tripped up right there as he falls ahead to the 17-yard line.
Got 60 of those 66 yards given up by the Georgia defense all on one play. The corner and go, the little pump for a touchdown that the Cajuns had right after the interception. So outside of that one play, just a dominating performance by the Dogs defensively.
Freshman Alexander Ogletree made the tackle for Georgia there on special teams. 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line for the Raging Cajuns. Come back out. 4:20 to go, third quarter, 41-7 Georgia. Shotgun snap to Mason. He fires to the near side, out of the reach and incomplete. Intended receiver was Vernon Wolf, 6'1" senior out of Vicksburg, Mississippi, around the 23-yard line. But it was out of his reach, and it's 2nd down and 10.
The first pass Mason's thrown without having somebody draped all over him today.
Mason's had a tough day, just 4 out of 13 for 68 yards. Murray's number's pretty good, 17 of 26, 160, and 3 touchdown passes. Snap to Mason. He rolls to the right. He's got men chasing him. That's Brandon Wood. He's going to throw on the run, and curling down and catching it, falling out of bounds at the 25. It is Marlon Miller, the senior from Rolette, Texas. Shy of the first down, however. It's going to be 3rd down now and about a yard and a half to go.
Mason, after he rolled out there, came right out of the game, so a little unique package in for the Cajuns.
Now they'll bring in Blaine Gauthier as the quarterback for the first time. He's in the shotgun. Everybody in tight. Here comes a man in motion. The snap. Play fake. Gauthier keeps it. Runs straight ahead, pushing his way behind his offensive line. Gets across the 26. Close to the 27. I don't know if he got the first down or not, though. It'll all depend on the spot. Akeem Dent, the linebacker, makes the stop for Georgia. And he's short. He's well short.
Pretty good spot there if you're a Dogs fan.
Yes.
It looked like from this angle that he had just gotten over the first down marker, but the spot's a full yard from the first down.
So Blaine Gauthier stays in the ball game. He's a guy that was banged up in practice. He's got a broken finger on his throwing hand on his left hand. They call a timeout. That stops the clock with 2:48 to go. Breaking the action. 41-7, Georgia leading here at Sanford Stadium. We'll be back after this. This is Bulldog Football from ISP.
Toughness defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's bestseller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dents. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat-screen TV, some nacho cheese tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that, too, as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of Rugged Brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or SherwinWilliams.com.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Next time you print, ask yourself, did I really need to waste that piece of paper? Experts say corporations can spend up to 3% of their revenue on printing with little or no cost control measures in place. Let the experts at Milner Complete Care help your business take 20 to 30% off the bottom line. Milner Complete Care can show you how to make your printing more environmentally friendly. Call 1-800-875-5042 and find out how Complete Care from Milner can benefit your organization today.
Show you Georgia pride all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. And stay tuned after the game. More football talk live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Dog Talk. Gaucher, the quarterback, fakes the handoff, gets hit in the backfield as they're trying to fake it. Tries to spin forward for some first down action. I don't think he got it. Akeem Dent making the tackle again for the second straight time, and Gaucher is stopped short of the first down, so the Dogs hold. The ball goes over on downs to Georgia. They'll have it at the Ragin' Cajun 26-yard line. That play was kind of discombobulated for Lafayette, Eric. They were banging into each other in the backfield trying to move the ball around.
And I think part of that, too, nice adjustment by Todd Grantham, brought in 5 linebackers along with the 3 defensive linemen to counter Gaucher being in the game in that Wildcat-style offense.
And the Bulldogs get the freshman Hudson Mason in the ballgame at quarterback here at 2:42 to go in the third quarter. I formation. Dogs are up 41-7. They're going to let Mason pass right off the bat, and he will throw it, and it will be caught, and a touchdown, Logan Gray. First pass of your career, first score for Logan Gray on the receiving end. It's 47-7.
Nice call there by Mike Bobo. Again, this part of the field, we've been getting a lot of man-to-man, single safety with the cornerbacks up and pressed. We do a little play action, just run Logan Gray on a skinny post, and nobody is there. The play action held that free safety just long enough, and Aaron Murray continues to impress. And how good is that for Logan Gray to get a touchdown?
And that play was definitely a triple play contender, the Comcast triple play, as Walsh is on to attempt the point after, and it is good, and it is 47, make it 48-7. Georgia leads. 2:35 to go in the third quarter. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, Atlanta's only airline with Wi-Fi on every flight. Chuck Dowdle's on the sidelines. Let's go down to him and check in for this Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Yeah, Scott, I got to tell you, lots of congratulations for Logan Gray. But as I've told Eric Zier, your broadcast partner there, for a long time, I always thought that he was the greatest high school quarterback I'd ever seen until I saw Hudson Mason at Lassiter last year, and I saw him throw 8 touchdown passes in 3 quarters in the state playoffs. And what you saw there was exactly what I saw last year with this young man. He puts the ball right where a receiver can catch it and do something with it. As Logan Gray didn't have to break stride, the ball was right on the money. And how about that for your first throw? Eric, even you didn't do that.
Even I didn't do that. And, when Hudson Mason can step into a football game and make that kind of play right off the bat, mighty impressive. Our young guys, young quarterbacks coming in playing great football. And I said Aaron Murray's name there after that touchdown pass. Hudson Mason with a great throw, great read, first play out of the gate. Well done, Hudson Mason.
Hey, you go ahead and get that first throw jitters out of the way. How about that?
Just right off the bat. Why not?
Here's Blair Walsh kicking it off for the Bulldogs. He puts his foot into it. It's high and end over end and sailing inside the 5. Catching it coming toward the sideline is Streeter on the 3. He turns and runs upfield, and he is hit by a crowd of red jerseys at the 17, 18-yard line. Dogs' kick coverage has been very good today. They've kept them inside the 20 all afternoon. Chase Vassar from Gainesville made the stop for Georgia. 2:26 to go in the third quarter. Louisiana Lafayette probably wishing it was a little bit 2:26 to go in the game perhaps. They might like to get on the plane and head back to southwestern Louisiana down 48-7.
Well, it's been a dominating performance by Georgia on both sides of the ball. If you're a Georgia fan, you have to like the product that's on the field right now.
Dogs with Keontae Tripp, Justin Anderson, and Avery Jones as their defensive front in the 3-4. Gaucher going to throw it with a left hand in and out of the hands of the tight end, Ladarius Green, running to his left. It was right there in his hands for the taking. Green just didn't hang on. Incompletion brings up second down and 10 now. Subway's the official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard and eat fresh. Remember, Gaucher in the ballgame, Blaine Gaucher, sophomore from Paulina, Louisiana, playing with a broken finger on his left hand, and that is his throwing hand. They had to move Brad McGuire, who was the backup quarterback, from his running back position back to quarterback, and then he was injured. and he's out with a broken foot for about 5 weeks. So they've got issues at their quarterback position right now. Handoff to Kevis Streeter, the JUCO transfer, and with Gaucher running right with him, Streeter gets up to about the 22-yard line for a gain of about 5, maybe 6, but it's third down now for Lafayette as we tick under 2 minutes to go in the third. Third down and 5, they'll call it, from the 22.
The Cajuns 0 for 10 on third down today.
My goodness.
How good is that for the Dogs' defense? Regardless of who you're playing, that is outstanding.
They'll go out of the shotgun, line up 2 to the left and 1 to the right. Gaucher with a play fake, throw it on a crossing route to the big tight end. He makes the catch, cuts up field at the 30, and gets brought down at the 40-yard line by Marcus Stoughton, the linebacker, and that's a first down for the Ragin' Cajuns. So that's their first third down conversion of the ball game.
And they called us in a little blitz. They did a good job, the Cajuns did, of picking up the blitz. We weren't able to put any pressure there on the quarterback.
A 13-yard gain gives them the first down. Handoff to Streeter straight ahead. Juking his way over the 40 to the 43-yard line. Doughton again makes the stop for Georgia. Cajuns in a hurry-up mode here with the clock at 70 seconds to go in the quarter. They're already up over the ball as the football is on the 43, just touching the Georgia logo at the middle of the field. Stay in the shotgun. We almost jumped off sides, but don't make contact. Big Bean Anderson in there at nose. No, that's Tripp over the ball right now. So Keontae Tripp is in there with Jones and Washington and Houston across the front line. There's the snap to Gaucher. He's going to roll left and throw with that left hand, and it's out of the reach of his intended receiver at the Georgia 45. Marlon Miller diving with his body going towards the Ragin' Cajun sideline, unable to hang on. Incomplete pass. Stops the clock with 37 seconds to go in the third, and will bring up third down and 7 for Louisiana. 48-7 our score. It's been all Georgia all day long. Bucks getting a lot of players in the ball game, but they still got a lot of starters on the field as well. 3 receivers to the left side for Gaucher. The lone setback is Streeter. He's got 1 man split out to the right. Takes the snap in the shotgun. Pressure from behind. He avoids it, overthrows his man, nearly picked off. Trying to go to Ladarius Green, and nearly picked off by Hamilton. Jakar Hamilton had a hit right in his breadbasket. It was a little bit low. He went down to get it and did a little tumble, but couldn't hang on to it. Almost had his first hit. Georgia interception. Instead, it's an incomplete pass and fourth down.
And Bakari Rambo, give him a lot of credit there. He was running with that inside receiver, forced that high throw over the top because of his coverage. Did a good job in that 2-man look.
So Louisiana will punt it away here. Brandon Smith, the deep man, back on the 16-yard line. They'll kick it to the right side, and it'll bounce out of bounds before Smith has a chance to touch it. The official walks to the 28-yard line and spots it out of bounds right there. Bulldogs football is brought to you by BB&T. Thinking of changing banks? Think about the one that's been a respected part of the community for over 135 years. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. 28-yard punt by Lafayette that time. Ortego's had a busy day. Dogs have it 1st and 10 on their own 28-yard line. And Mason remains in the game at quarterback, the freshman from Lassiter High School in Marietta. We bring Troop in motion from right to left. Run out of the eye, hand it off to Carlton Thomas. Big hole running in there behind Allen, the fullback. And Thomas up to the 33-yard line, I guess is where they'll spot it. Maybe even a little bit less than that. It goes from the 28 to about the 32, 33. It's about a 5-yard gain, and that's going to be the end of the quarter. Derek Dean made the tackle for Louisiana Lafayette. 1 more mile to go for Georgia on opening day. It's the Bulldogs 48, Louisiana Lafayette 7 into the third quarter. Back for more Georgia football right after this. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
AT&T and BlackBerry teamed up to evolve the smartphone. The new BlackBerry Torch has evolved Carl, who is usually defined as Carl, noun, an outdoorsy guy who's allergic to shellfish. Now, with the BlackBerry Torch's brilliant touchscreen and famous BlackBerry keyboard, Carl watches funny videos in amazing clarity. Carl types emails faster and more accurately. Carl sees his favorite sports websites displayed in their full glory. Carl views Twitter and Facebook on the same screen, so his social life soars like a hawk. Now Carl is more like Carl, with a K, which sounds similar but feels cooler, with a C. But no matter how Carl spells Carl, Carl is still allergic to shellfish.
The new BlackBerry Torch, a brilliant touchscreen, full web, predictive video search, Facebook and Twitter on a single screen, all working seamlessly with the BlackBerry keyboard. AT&T. Rethink possible.
Certain geographic other monthly charges and restrictions apply. See store for details.
He's the most famous dog in all of college sports, a symbol of courage to the Bulldog Nation, and with a specially designed kennel to protect him on the road, a custom-built air-conditioned doghouse to protect him from the heat, and security to protect him on the field, the University of Georgia and the Seiler family do everything they can to protect the heart of Georgia. That's why we help protect Russ and Uga from heartworm disease with HeartGuard Plus. HeartGuard Plus is the heartworm preventive that dogs love because it comes in a real beef chewable. Protect your dog from heartworm disease the same way we help protect the dog. Ask your veterinarian for HeartGuard Plus.
All dogs should be tested for heartworm infection before starting a preventive program. HeartGuard Plus is well tolerated. In rare cases, digestive and neurological side effects have been reported. For more information, contact your veterinarian, visit heartguard.com, or call 1-877-323-1824.
HeartGuard Plus, proud sponsor of Russ and Uga.
We go to the fourth quarter with Georgia leading Lafayette 48-7. Let's pause for station identification. This is Bulldogs football from ISP. A lot of folks heading back to their cars as they feel like a 48-7 lead is certainly safe as we go to the fourth quarter. And Georgia drivers stand by for a zero-tolerance advisory of Georgia's DUI, texting, and pickup truck seatbelt laws. So drive sober, hang up, and buckle up in your truck this Labor Day. So I hope everybody's having a good Labor Day holiday weekend, and certainly a 48-7 lead going into the final 15. Makes you feel a little bit better. This in-game recap is brought to you by Regions Bank. If you're ready for a better banking experience, then switch to Regions today. Regions Bank, proud to be the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. All right, so here's the recap. Aaron Murray, 17 of 26, 160 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. Hudson Mason just came into the ballgame a few moments ago. His first collegiate pass was a 26-yard touchdown throw to Logan Gray, who made his first touchdown catch. Toss to Carlton Thomas here on second down for the Bulldogs, and Thomas trying to dance his way past tacklers and over the 30, get back to the line of scrimmage. I don't know if he did or not. He may have lost some yards. Bernard Smith made the tackle. Yeah, they're going to spot it back on between the 31 and 32. He lost about a yard or so, so it's going to be 3rd down and 7. But Thomas has had a pretty good day, Z, leading rusher in the ball game, 12 for 62. He was named the most improved offensive player this past spring and kind of showing his ability today.
And he's looked good running the football, too. Good ability to stay on his feet. He's used his hands a couple of times to stay on balance, shifty through the hole, running with some power. Really had a good, solid game.
Hudson Mason, the quarterback, in the shotgun, going to throw it, and it will land incomplete at the Lafayette 40. Wanted to go to Marlon Brown. I don't know if there was a misconnection there. Brown had cut off his route about 15 yards shy of where that ball landed, so it just lands softly in the grass, incomplete. That'll bring it 4th down, and Drew Butler back on out of the field.
Yeah, pretty tough read there. Marlon Brown running a corner route, and on corner routes, if you get on top of your man, you can take it to the deep corner. If not, you want to break it off more to the sideline, so you have to read it at the top of that route. And Hudson and Marlon Brown, they're just on a different page.
Butler to kick it away. Streeter, the deep man, a beautiful booming kick by the Ray Guy Award winner over the head of the return man. It lands on the 12, bounces, rolls around, and is finally down inside the 10 maybe. Let's see where they spot it. Right around the 10, anyway, a 58-yard punt. by Drew Butler. That was a chance for him to just show off his leg at that point on the field.
He's just picking up right where he left off last year.
That's amazing.
I wish I could throw a football as well as he punts it. The spirals are so pretty going down the field.
I'm sure he'd show you how.
I don't know.
A booming punt by Butler, and Lafayette in another hole. 1st and 10 on their own 10-yard line. Bulldogs football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Gaucher stays in the ballgame at quarterback. Mason had a tough afternoon. Shotgun snap, roll to the near side. Gaucher on the roll, throws it, picked off. Jakar Hamilton at the 10, angles at the 5, in the end zone, touchdown Jakar Hamilton. Interception, pick 6 for the JUCO transfer. It's 54-7.
Just icing on the cake there for this Georgia defense and the kind of job they've done today. Topping it off here with the pick 6. That's the Cardinal sin for a quarterback. When you're rolling out to throw against your body, against the grain, you can't see what else is coming, and it was a sea of red jerseys there.
And Gaucher was being pursued by Darrell Gamble, who was hot on his trail, and when he tossed it, there was Hamilton to pick it off, and then all he had to do was angle to his left diagonally into the far corner of the end zone. It was an easy return. Here's the point after attempt by Walsh. It is good, and this, again, this Georgia touchdown is brought to you by AirTran Airways, the official airline of the away game. The Bulldogs have had a bunch of those today. 55-7. Dogs leading 13:43 to go in the ball game. Timeout. Back after this. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
Toughness defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
Imagine a game loaded with 20 million free music downloads and over 11 million in cash prizes. With the new all-access scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery, that's what you get. You even have a second shot at $200 concert gift certificates and a grand prize insider tour of the LA music scene.
You're with the band, baby.
The new all-access scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery. Music makes everything better. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Now at McDonald's, you can get 50 Chicken McNuggets this Friday through Monday for only $9.99. Add fries and an ice cold Dr. Pepper, and you're set for that big game party that's over at your house.
Hold up, pump your brakes. Did you say a 50-piece?
50 Chicken McNuggets.
Like a half 100?
50 juicy Chicken McNuggets.
Like 25 times 2 worth?
That's 50 Chicken McNuggets for just $9.99.
Hey, wait a second. Who said there was a party over at my house?
You didn't get the flyer? Prices and participation may vary.
Bulldogs football brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for this Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Scott, just a great moment as Jakar Hamilton came to the sideline. All of his teammates obviously congratulating him, the first score of the season for the defense. Very happy, but he's telling them all, he says, should have been two, referring to the interception that he'd had earlier that hit him in the hands that he didn't hold on to. He took every advantage of that opportunity.
First defensive score, thank you, Chuck, as you pointed out. And we only had one of those last year, and that came in the Tennessee game by Bakari Rambo on an interception return in a blowout loss. The kick is long and deep and far into the end zone by Blair Walsh. The touchback will be taken by Louisiana Lafayette with 13:43 to go in the contest, and the rout is on 55-7. It has been a spectacular opening day for the folks in red. In the opening day, we've had a lot of opening day success under head coach Mark Richt. 48 points 3 times, 45 points on 2 other occasions, and this is the most points this overall or on opening day. Most points since 1998 when we scored 56 against Kent, or Kent State, if you will. Either one of those were acceptable. The Golden Flashes. 1st and 10 on the 20, and the snap is bobbled and fumbled, and Gaucher just falls on it for a loss of yardage. He just falls on the football for about a 2-yard loss back at the 18.
Just to show you how dominating this defense has been, 39 plays the Ragin' Cajuns have run, 102 yards of total offense, 60 of those coming on one play. It's just been a great performance.
2nd down, 12 to go for Louisiana. Shotgun snap, they throw it to Streeter. He makes the catch behind the line of scrimmage, then tries to get some positive yardage, but not a whole lot there. He got about 2 on the play, gets it across the 20 to near the 21, a gain of 2.5 to 3 maybe. Just across the original line of scrimmage. Call it 3rd down and a long 9 now for the Ragin' Cajuns. 55-7 Georgia. Carr Hamilton just got us over the half-century mark with a 17-yard interception return for a score. Shotgun formation for Louisiana. Gaucher in the pocket, moving around, fires. It's caught across the 30, and up to the 37 is Richie Falgout. Sanders Cummings makes the stop for Georgia. Akeem Hebron also on the tackle, but it is a 1st down for Louisiana. Another 3rd down conversion. They haven't had many of those today.
No, they haven't. 1 out of 12. That was number 2 on the day, but going into that one, 1 out of 12.
It'll be 1st and 10 for Louisiana as the wind picks up from the west. 12 minutes to go in the contest. South Carolina is next on the schedule next Saturday in Columbia, a 12 o'clock kick. They stay in the shotgun, 2 receivers right and 1 to the left. And here's the throw, and it is, oh, what a beautiful interception. Sanders Cummings, a bobbling interception running down the sideline. Now he reverses field. He's back to our 40, breaking a tackle 45, still picking his way across midfield 50, and knocked out of bounds. Where at the 45? Holy smokes, what a play by Sanders Cummings, who intercepted that with one hand, bobbling it, running the other direction, then reversed his field to try and return that thing. And where are they going to mark him out of bounds? In Lafayette territory. What a play.
Just a fantastic play as he was running the route for the receiver there, reached out, made a great catch. Got a nice block as well from Sean Williams after the interception, and then just making his way down the sideline. Great play.
Definitely triple play worthy. The Comcast triple play. What a great play as Cummings not only bobbled it and made the interception, but he was trying to keep his balance and running in the opposite direction as well. Dogs back on offense near midfield. Here's the handoff with flags being thrown. They go to Munzenmeyer, and he's trying to fight his way and shed tacklers towards the Georgia sideline. He got about 9 yards on the carry, but there's a flag down. Hudson Mason, we are told, in the NCAA record books now for a touchdown pass on his first career pass. There's a bunch of guys. Steve Owens of Oklahoma, Matt Leinart of USC. Who else we got there? Jeff Ballard from TCU. Hudson Mason from Georgia. Taylor Bennett from Georgia Tech. All of those throwing a touchdown pass on their first college attempt in the NCAA record book. Mason toss sweep to Munzenmeyer. Penalty was on Georgia, by the way. It pushed us back to the 40, and the toss sweep is going to lose about 1.5 yards. Derek Dean makes the tackle for Lafayette. 2nd down and long now for the Bulldogs.
A better job for the Dogs in this second half. That was the first penalty of the second half. They had 4 in the first half for 20 yards against them.
I'm still thinking about that interception by Cummings. My goodness. That would have been a great catch for a receiver, but he would have been headed in the right direction. Here's the handoff to Munzenmeyer running straight ahead. Hesitates a little bit at the line to find an opening, and he is tackled at the 43-yard line, almost the 44, gain of about 5. Third down and still long for Georgia. But then Cummings reversed his field from the near sidelines, curled around, got some key blocks, and got back near midfield on the return. Ben Harden is in the ball game now on the offensive line for Georgia. He's the center. Ben Jones had gone all day long. Got Allen in at fullback, and Munzenmeyer, the tailback, takes the handoff, runs straight ahead, pushes his way up to the 50-yard line. Well shy of the first down, but he got another 7 yards or so, maybe just across the midfield stripe into Lafayette territory. 9:31, clock moving, fourth quarter, 55-7, Georgia dominating.
You put Munzenmeyer back there, he's a load to bring down. He's run through a number of tackles and just punishing people on his way downfield.
Yeah, he's got fullback power and a little bit of tailback kind of speed. Butler on to kick it away. Snap is a little bit low, but Drew fields it cleanly. The kick is low. It's a spiral, kind of a line drive, taken fair catch at the 11 by Kevin Streeter. Not a lot of hang time, but didn't necessarily need it. 39-yard punt right there. And a timeout with 9:04 to go in the ball game. Lafayette's ball when we come back. It's Georgia 55, Ragin' Cajuns 7. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
The financial landscape keeps changing. It's tough to navigate. Well, too many followers, not enough leaders. At BB&T, we help our mortgage clients know which way to steer to achieve the dream of home ownership. By sharing more than 135 years of financial knowledge, you and your family have the information you need to move in a brighter direction. With BB&T on your side, all that you follow are your goals. Stop by, visit bbt.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your mortgage needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
Stop settling for slow DSL. Join the millions who switch to fast, reliable Charter Internet. Surf, email, instant message. You'll do more online and save time. Plus, watch games live online for free at ESPN3.com. Say no to slow. Go faster today. Get Charter Internet, starting at an everyday low price of only $19.99 a month. Get more speed without paying more money. Call 1-888-GET-CHARTER.
Taxes, fees, equipment, install extra. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
When the going gets tough, it's time to hunker down, you hairy dogs. Time to take what the other guys can dish out, crank it up a notch, and come out a winner. LP Building Products create engineered building materials with that same spirit. Products designed to look their best while standing up to nature's worst. Engineered building materials from LP Building Products, a proud partner of the University of Georgia Athletics Association. Build with us.
Fourth quarter action, Georgia clobbering Lafayette 55-7. A text message from Texaco. If you want to help keep your car running great, then do what people who know cars do. Trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron to clean vital engine parts and help keep your car running great. And our broadcast of Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Lafayette on the 10, play fake, straight ahead running is the quarterback, Gauthier, and he keeps it for about 3 or 4 yards perhaps. Lott made the tackle. Derek Lott into the ball game made the tackle. Chase Vassar also in. Ruben Falogi is in the contest. Jeremy Longo, one of the freshmen. T.J. Stripling at right end. Jordan Love's in the ball game. Derek Owens. A lot of the freshmen are in the ball game. And Stripling going to make a tackle right there on the handoff behind the line of scrimmage. Or maybe he just got back to the line of scrimmage. They'll give him forward progress, maybe to the 15-yard line, so a gain of about a yard, but Stripling coming in from the right side to make the stop. Sean Williams is in the contest at one of the safety positions. Nick Williams is in. Akeem Hebron, Marcus Doughton. So wholesale substitutions for the Georgia defense, with the Dogs up 55-7. Aaron Spikes in the backfield with Gauthier, the quarterback. Here comes pressure. They tried to throw a screen. He threw it to the tight end, who fell down, and Derek Lott caught it on a bounce for Georgia. But it's incomplete, and it will be fourth down. That was a dismal offensive series for the Raging Cajuns.
Well, they've had a few. That wasn't the only one of the day, and the push of the Georgia defensive line and the pressure coming from the outside linebackers out of this 3-4 scheme. They've been in the backfield all day long, and when you get in the backfield of that opposing offense, it disrupts everything that you're trying to do offensively, and that whole series was another perfect example. That little screen pass, it was a sea of red jerseys around the quarterback and around the ball.
Spencer Ortego, the punter, in to kick it away again, and Derek Owens, the freshman, back deep to receive. The kick is high but short, well short. Hits on the Lafayette 43 and takes a Cajun bounce all the way across the 50 and down to the Georgia 47-yard line. So with 7:26 to go, Georgia will have the ball, leading 55-7. Breaking the action. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
Attention shoppers, please join us on level.
Every day you face financial choices, large and small. When you make the right choices, you head in the right direction. It helps to have good advice and a better understanding of the possibilities. At BB&T, we've spent more than 135 years helping clients become more informed in all areas of their financial lives. You can start with checking or a credit card and can continue with your mortgage, your lending needs, wherever you'd like more control and more confidence. With BB&T's checking and savings options, plus the convenience of online and mobile banking, it's easier than ever to make the choices just right for you. Make the switch. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your banking needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
The only 24/7 radio channel dedicated to fantasy sports is serious. And now gives you fantasy sports radio. Non-stop talk.
Steven Jackson. There may not be a tougher running back.
Insider advice, taking your calls. Athlete and coach interviews.
If you could just play some catcher for a couple games.
I can play anywhere. And everything you need to dominate. Your fantasy sports league is now on Sirius XM.
Buddy Mays, Army National Guard, another satisfied Aaron's customer.
There's actually very few things in my house that did not come from Aaron's. My favorite Aaron's product would be my first laptop. It's the one I had in Iraq that I used to communicate with my wife.
Aaron's has name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. No credit checks, guaranteed low price, flexible payment plans. Nobody beats Aaron's.
The service at Aaron's is really good. In my eyes, nobody beats Aaron's.
Visit shopaarons.com to find the store near you.
Teammate back inside the ISP Network studios as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. It has gone final in Gainesville, and after looking pedestrian for most of the day, Georgia gets a 72-yard touchdown run from Jeffrey Demps to open things up in the fourth quarter. That put them up 27-12. 34-12 is the final score as number 4 Florida gets their first win of the season. Scott?
All right, David, here it's 55-7. Georgia leading Louisiana Lafayette. 7:26 to play. Show your Georgia pride all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs from their own 47-yard line. Hudson Mason, the quarterback. They hand it off to Fred Munzenmeyer at the tailback position, and he's stacked up at the 45. Going to be a 2-yard loss as the Raging Cajun defense converged on Munson-Meyer, the senior out of Norcross. Moore leading the way, the defensive tackle from Tampa, and the linebacker Fleming. 2nd down and 12 for the Bulldogs. Still 7 minutes to go in the ball game. Except for one lapse on defense, this would be a shutout. Timeout, Georgia. Bulldogs stop the clock with 6:52 to go. This has been that long touchdown pass by Lafayette, the 60-yard thing, that stands out like a sore thumb compared to what the Georgia defense has done the rest of the day.
It really does. And then on the offensive side of the ball, the one interception that was bobbled, a well-thrown pass, we bobble it, they end up picking it off, and then the long touchdown pass just following that. Outside of those two plays, it was almost the perfect start to the season that you could ask for. The Dogs so far today, 186 yards on the ground, 189 yards through the air, so 375 yards in full on 62 plays. Offensively, doing exactly what they want. Defensively, giving up 4 first downs. Raging Cajuns 2 for 14 on 3rd down, just as good as you want to see on both sides of the ball.
We're going to select the Texaco Star Player of the game in just a few moments, so you guys be thinking about that. 2nd down, 12 for Georgia. Mason wants to pass. He rolls to the right. He does throw. He passes out in the right flat to Xander Ogletree. It is caught, and he is knocked out of bounds at the Lafayette 48-yard line. A gain of 5 yards. Julian Jones making the stop for the Raging Cajuns.
Nice job there by Mason coming off of his primary target, just hitting his check down, had to move a little bit in the pocket, did a good job of sliding to his right, throwing a little dump off.
3rd down and 6 for Georgia. I formation for the Bulldogs, moving left to right. Hudson Mason in at quarterback, play fake. He wants to throw out of the pocket. He's got Rantavius Wooten breaking open, and the ball hits his hands incomplete down inside the 10, but back at the line of scrimmage. There are flags on the play, and it is illegal procedure on Georgia. So false start is the call, says our referee.
Illegal formation, 5 players in the backfield.
They declined the penalty, in case you couldn't hear the microphone. They've had problems with that all day. So that'll be 4th down, and Georgia will have to punt it away. Let's select the Texaco Star Player of the game. My opinion would be Aaron Murray, just for what he had to go through leading up to this and then what he did today. 17 of 26, 160 yards. He threw 3 touchdown passes, and he ran for another.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. A lot of great performances, but I think Aaron Murray's performance does indeed stand out.
Butler's punt is high and deep and long and hits on the 4 and bounces away from Derek Owens. He had a chance to down that thing, but it bounced away from him and angles into the end zone for a touchback. So now Owens has to buy Butler dinner for that, or lunch or something.
That's right.
Touchback on the punt, and Lafayette will have it 1st and 10 at the 20. 6:04 to go in the ball game. 55-7. Georgia leading back after this. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
Hey everybody, this is Ronnie from Green South, your local John Deere dealer. Asking the question, what's your John Deere? If it's the new John Deere 50 horsepower Gator 825i XUV that goes up to 44 miles per hour, you're in luck. It's the fastest and most powerful Gator yet. Click over to greensouth.com for details and directions to the store nearest you. Green South is a proud supporter of Georgia football. Go Bulldogs.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
Here's a little test on a subject we like to call Toyotanomics. What's the common denominator of 31 and 16? The Toyotanomics event. 31 days of amazing deals on 16 different Toyota models, like the 2011 Camry. Now get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 90 days. The Toyotanomics event. It's all our best thinking under one roof. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between August 3rd and August 31st, 2010. Toyota. Moving forward.
Well, we're still catching every game, just a lot more from home than here in the stands, huh?
Yeah, and when we do get to go, Dad says we got to bring our own peanuts and stuff.
Looking for some extra ticket money this season? Let a State Farm agent do a free discount double check that could save you hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
We'll always be there for this team, even when we can't actually be here.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
.6:04 to go in the ball game, and let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle with his Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Scott, it's been a good day down here on the sidelines health-wise. Doughton been the only guy over here on the table, and Ron Corson says he's okay. They were looking at his right knee, but he's fine. Could go back if they needed him.
Well, that is good news that we have been, for the most part, injury-free today, and we'll need that. We'll need all our bullets in our gun going to Columbia next Saturday, as Georgia leads this one 55-7. 6:04 to play in the contest. It'll be Louisiana football. 1st and 10 from their own 20. They move from right to left. They hand it off. There's no blocking, but there's lots of tackling behind the line of scrimmage at the 18. Big Kwame Gathers got in there to make the stop, along with Akeem Hebron. Gathers 6'6" and 325. He can be a presence at that nose position. He's going to come out of the game right now. Stripling and Jordan Love will check into the ball game. 5:36, clock moving. 2nd down and 11.5 to go for the Ragin' Cajuns. Shotgun. Gauthier going to fake the throw and then pull it down and run straight ahead. And that may not have been the wisest decision. He got about a yard maybe. Deontay Tripp makes the tackle just shy of the 20-yard line. 3rd down and about 10.5 now.
If he would have let that one go, Jordan Love was sitting right in front of his intended target, so I'm not sure if he had any other choice but to pull that thing down and go with the coverage we had out there.
Love and Owens and Sulik and Sean Williams, Nick Williams, Cummings, all in the secondary back there for Georgia. Shotgun formation for the Ragin' Cajuns. Gauthier's in trouble, and he's going to be dropped from behind by Akeem Hebron out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. Came in from behind for the sack, and Gauthier is a little bit shaken up. Remember, he's playing with a broken finger on his throwing hand. He's beaten up a little bit as he heads off the field on 4th down.
You've got to like the fact that we're up by 1 million. There's 4.5 minutes left in the game, and we're still bringing people. We just came with linebacker blitz there, and Cajuns weren't even close to picking it up.
You play what you play, right?
You play what you play. That's right.
They'll punt it away, and Owens is the deep back for the Bulldogs. He stands on the 50. Owens, a freshman out of Jacksonville. And Ortego will kick it away. Takes the snap, has plenty of time, not a great kick. A little wobbler, bounces shy of the 50, takes a Cajun bounce across midfield and out of bounds at the Georgia 39-yard line. So they're getting a little bit of extra yardage on their bounce and rolls on their punts. And Georgia goes back on offense with 3:47 to go. Hudson Mason, the quarterback. And the freshman out of Lassiter High School in Marietta, if you missed it, came into the ball game. And on his very first play, his very first pass attempt, threw a 26-yard touchdown pass for Logan Gray. And is now in the NCAA record books for that.
Not a bad way to start your career in red and black.
I formation, handoff to Fred Munzenmeyer as he is stopped behind the line of scrimmage at the 36-yard line. Bernard Smith with a good push upfield to get into the Georgia backfield and trip up Munzenmeyer for a loss of about 4 on the play. Second down. They spot the ball on the 36, so call it second down and 13 now. Clock moving at 3:20. 55-7 Georgia. Mason under center. A man to each side. Hand off to Munzenmeyer. And again, it's going to be stopped in the backfield as Dean got in there to wrap him up.
Dogs running the football today, pretty successful. Carlton Thomas, leading rusher, 13 carries, 61 yards. Caleb King, 47 yards on 10 carries. Aaron Murray, 42 yards, scrambling around back there today on 4 carries, leading the way. Brandon Smith had 1 carry for 17 yards.
Got A.J. Harmon and Dallas Lee and Ben Harden on that offensive front. Tanner Strickland as well. Here's a snap to Mason in the shotgun. Dances in the pocket, now dumps it off. It's incomplete as he had pressure coming on him. The incompletion will bring up 4th down, and Drew Butler back out with 2:25 to go in the contest. Fred Munzenmeyer picks up a block on the blitz to save Hudson Mason on that last play, although they were unable to complete the pass. Crowd has been thinning out since the start of the 4th quarter here in Athens. The band after the game might be playing to an empty stadium. And a flag on the play. Deep back down to the right.
Well, if they start playing, we're still going to be here.
Yes,
and
we will.
There's nothing I enjoy more than watching them do their thing after a victory.
You got that right.
Dead ball. Substitution infraction. 12 players in formation. 5-yard penalty. No fourth down.
Substitution infraction on Louisiana Lafayette. Doesn't help Georgia on 4th down very much. They still have to punt it away. Move the ball up to the 41-yard line. Drew Butler to kick it.
Drew, another good game. 5 punts today, averaging 48.2 yards per kick.
He led the nation with 48.1 last year, so he's right on it.
And a number of those inside the 10-yard line.
There's the snap, a little bit low and to his right. He gets the kick away, a wobbly one that's going to come nose down, and fair catch called for on the 20, and then he started to run with it. Anything to be sneaky, Orini out of Daytona Beach, Florida. Maybe he's just got a real short memory. Nonetheless, Louisiana Lafayette has the ball, 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. They've been there most of the day.
Yeah, they haven't had the best field position outside of the opening kickoff return, which they broke, and Vance Cuff had to wrangle a guy down from behind. Outside of that, they've been stuck inside their own 20-yard line for the vast majority of the day. 9
yards rushing for Lafayette, 8 for 24 passing, and 3 picks. I mean, it's been defensive domination today. Brady Thomas is the new quarterback for Lafayette as they keep it on the ground, run to the right side. Trying to get up ahead of steam is Aaron Spikes, a 5'10 freshman from Dallas, Texas, and he gets about 5 yards on the carry, brought down at the 25-yard line. Is that Sulik on the tackle? Got a lot of substitutions in the ball game. Well, Sean Williams, excuse me. Michael Gilliard in the ball game. Linebacker out of Valdosta. Chase Vassar's in. Gathers is still at the nose. Derek Lott in at one of the end positions. Here's the shotgun snap and a handoff running straight ahead for a couple of yards for Louisiana Lafayette. It'll be 3rd down and the clock is moving. 80 seconds to go. Gathers with the stop for Georgia. Nice quiet breeze blowing in. Most of the noise has left Sanford Stadium here late in the ball game with Georgia well in control, 55-7, 24 points in the second quarter, 17 more in the third quarter, and then bookended with a touchdown in the first and a touchdown in the fourth.
Matt, you mentioned it earlier that Gathers takes up a lot of space in there at nose guard. He really does, fills that gap very nicely.
Handoff for Lafayette as Spikes trying to move through a crowd there on the far hash. Gets it up near the first down marker, and he may have it as he got to the 30. That'll stop the clock with 41 seconds to move the sticks. Pelogi and Derek Lott made the stop for the Bulldogs. Well, Georgia was able to answer its wish today, or accomplish its mission, if you will, as far as playing a lot of players. They got a lot of guys in with significant playing time in the second half. Some good substitutions in, so a lot of guys got their feet wet today. Again, they keep it on the ground. Spikes trying to find an opening. Nothing there. Covered up by Longo and Vassar and Gilliard. And that may be the last play of the game. And it is, as Mark Richt, flanked by his Georgia State patrolman, walks to the middle of the field to shake hands with Ricky Bussell. But it was Georgia all day long as the Dogs win the season opener in dominating fashion. Final score, Bulldogs 55, Louisiana Lafayette 7. We'll come back for a recap and get the post-game programming underway right after this timeout. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
You don't really think about stability until you don't have it. Auto Owners Insurance has been safe, sound, and secure for over 90 years. And working with your hometown independent agent, that's stability you can count on. Auto Owners Insurance, the no-problem people. For the independent Auto Owners Insurance agent nearest you, look for us in the Yellow Pages or visit us at AutoOwners.com.
In the South, football isn't a season. It's a culture. Every week is rivalry week. Instead of pink or blue, parents dress new arrivals in team colors. Stadiums are packed regardless of the weather or the records. Southerners are just as serious about their food, so we shop Publix, the ultimate tailgate party headquarters for fresh fried chicken, wings, chips, teas, and all the paper products for game day. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation or termination fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Stop by an Atlanta area public store and pick up an entry form to register for the 2010 Toss for Cash. One winner will be down between the hedges during the Georgia-Tennessee game on October 9th with a chance to win Publix gift cards, $25,000 cash, plus tickets to one of the SEC's biggest football rivalries. For official rules and details, visit GeorgiaDogs.com/Publix or the Toss for Cash display at your participating Publix store. Hurry, promotion ends September 15th. Sponsored by Armour Canned Meats and Vienna Sausages, Log Cabin Syrup, and Mrs. Paul's Frozen Seafood.
$55-7 Dogs put a whipping on Louisiana Lafayette as we raise the curtain on the 2010 season. Hi, welcome back to Sanford Stadium. Neil Hondo Williamson with Scott Howard and Eric Zier. We'll go down to the locker room with Chuck Dowdle and Coach Richt in just a few moments. Glad that you're along with us. Thank you for that. Hey, one of the stories today, of course, is Aaron Murray, 17 of 26 passing for 160 yards and 3 TDs for the redshirt freshman. But our AT&T call of the game, actually, was the other quarterback who came in after Aaron Murray. Time now for that call of the game presented by AT&T. Your World delivered. We had 2:35 to play in the third quarter. It was 41-7. Dogs were leading the Raging Cajuns when the freshman from Lassiter ponied up.
I formation. Dogs are up 41-7. They're going to let Mason pass right off the bat, and he will throw it, and it will be caught, and a touchdown, Logan Gray. First pass of your career, first score for Logan Gray on the receiving end. It's 47-7.
Great call by Scott Howard and Hudson Mason, the freshman out of Lassiter, tying an NCAA record held by 8 other players, including All-American Steve Owens of Oklahoma back in 1968, Matt Leinart of Southern Cal in 2003, and
two Heisman winners.
Two Heisman winners. That's right, two Heisman winners. So Scott Howard, great day for the two freshman quarterbacks.
Yeah, it was good. Like we said, everybody got their feet wet. Aaron Murray, I think, came in, and certainly there are some things that Coach Richt alluded to at the end of the first half, things to work on. But all in all, I thought he had a very impressive debut as a redshirt freshman. He runs for a touchdown at the end of the half, which was, that was kind of a risky play, but he got it done, and he throws for 3 touchdown passes. I think you have to give him a big thumbs up for today's effort.
Yeah, I think you do too. He's been preparing now for 2 springs, all last year, getting ready for this moment. He took advantage of every single bit of it. Outside of maybe 1 or 2 reads or a couple of blitzes that he may have missed sight adjustments on, he had the one throw that he was trying to throw away out of the back of the end zone that he should have thrown that out of bounds just over to the sideline. Outside of those handful of plays, in any game where you've got 50, 60 plays that you've run, you're going to have 4 or 5 that you need to be coached up on. Outside of those, he played great football. A lot of poise in the pocket. Made a lot of good throws, a lot of good reads. Took command of this team and played exceptional football.
All right, thank you, Eric Zier. Scott Howard will come back with our play-by-play team in just a minute. We also have Chuck Dowdle in the locker room with Coach Richt after he congratulates his team. And don't forget, Jeff Dantzler is standing by at the Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens, where he and Kevin Butler will be taking your calls today immediately following our locker room show. This is the PB&T Locker Room Show, and we'll have more from Sanford Stadium. 55-7, the final. Dogs win it. This is Georgia football from ISP.
Big-time matchups are coming to Sanford Stadium, and if you want to see your Bulldogs fight for SEC glory, StubHub is the place to go for tickets. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs, giving season ticket holders a secure place to sell extra tickets and other fans a great selection of seats to every game. So, where do you want to sit? In the end zone for a conference clash? How about the 40-yard line when Tennessee comes to town? On StubHub, it's always your call and the service is always exceptional. So go to StubHub and choose your seats today.
StubHub! The ServPro franchise system knows that fire or water damage in your office building can have crippling effects. To minimize the losses for your property, call the cleanup and restoration specialist at 1-800-ServPro. ServPro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with specialized equipment and personnel. That's 1-800-ServPro or visit servpro.com. The ServPro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. ServPro franchises are independently owned and operated.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission, 1-800-282-5813, or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Ed Boyle's Hyundai is going uncensored, and you're not going to believe the good things people are saying. Why wouldn't they? Right now at Ed Boyle's Hyundai, you can drive home a brand new 2011 Hyundai Sonata for only $199 a month. Or choose a brand new 2011 Hyundai Genesis for just $399 a month and get America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, and get Hyundai Assurance. We're uncensored. Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshyundai.com.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. Any haircut can hang 10, but a supercut hangs 20. A regular cut can outrun an angry dog, but a supercut runs with fierce Spanish bulls. Any haircut will take off about an inch, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business will give you the confidence to try anything.
Awesome.
Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Report. If you're ready for a better banking experience, then switch to Regions. Regions Bank, proud to be the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. The Regions Bank Locker Room Report is also sponsored by Ackerman Security, the official security provider for the Bulldog Nation. AT&T, find out what's possible with the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. And by SearsAuto.com. Now back to the stadium once again. Here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
And happy to be here, even if there are two of me. 55-7, Dogs put a hurt on Louisiana Lafayette. Scott Howard, Eric Zier with me, and Chuck Daddle's down in the Georgia locker room with Coach Rick. We'll get down to Chuck in just a few minutes. Hey, this week's game ball recipient is 9-year-old Timothy McCannon from Siloam, Georgia. In December of last year, Timothy, 9 years old now, folks, he was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Fortunately, Timothy has been able to receive the majority of his care on an outpatient basis and has not had to spend too much time as an inpatient at the Aflac Cancer Center. Timothy loves baseball and football, and along with his brother, he roots especially hard for his Georgia Bulldogs. He even hopes to attend UGA one day. Timothy currently attends the Nathaniel Green Academy in Siloam, where he is a star science student. Enjoy your game ball, Tim. Autographed by Coach Rick, and know that the Bulldog Nation is pulling for you, buddy. And, folks, we were spending a lot of time with the Aflac Cancer Center at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Charles Young's our engineer, and I have spent innumerable hours with them over the last 10 years. I can't tell you there's a finer place for kids, and we're so glad that Timothy's getting taken care of really well over there. And thanks to our friends at Kroger, Bruce Lucia and those folks have really anteed up again. Through Children's Miracle Network, Kroger has agreed to donate $19,000 plus today to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Thank you to Kroger. And we'll have a game ball each week. And happy to hear that Timothy gets this one. 55-7, good guys win. We play at South Carolina next week. We'll try to get down to Coach Rick right around the corner with Chuck Dowdle in the locker room. Stay with us. This is the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
A Texaco text message from Mike.
I'm an auto tech, as an automobile technician, but people think mechanic. It's a lot more complicated than that these days. I use a computer way more than a wrench, but some things are still the same, like a clean engine performs better, and no gasoline cleans better than Texaco with Techron.
People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron.
Maybe we need a new title like Gear Gurus or Motor Masters, Engineers.
Texaco with Techron. Trust your car to the star.
Veronica Tharp, Eastman, Georgia. Another satisfied Aaron's customer.
Aaron's is my kind of store. I went to Aaron's to purchase a personal computer. I make monthly payments, and that makes it more affordable. I like shopping at Aaron's because the customer service is excellent, and you have a wide variety.
Aaron's has name-brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. No credit checks, guaranteed low price, flexible payment plans. Nobody beats Aaron's.
Based on my experience with Aaron's, I would gladly recommend it to others.
Visit shopaarons.com to find a store near you.
Living the solid life. Day 21.
A few weeks ago, I sat down with a SunTrust branch manager and told her my money was getting harder to control. Well, she said, what if I showed you how to track your spending and automatically set aside savings? Show away, I replied. It's day 21, and I'm living solid.
SunTrust is here to help you take charge of your money. Visit suntrust.com/solid. Stop by a nearby branch or call 800-SunTrust. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank member FDIC.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
When I heard about Georgia Power's new energy audit tool on their website, I wanted to have it tested out, so I took it down to our computer lab, Cromwell, for his analysis. First, Cromwell completed his home profile. Then he answered a few easy questions, and then it gave him a comprehensive report. Based on Cromwell's analysis, he thinks the online energy audit could help the average homeowner find ways to reduce their yearly energy costs up to 30%.
Sniff out up to 30% savings a year at GeorgiaPower.com.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, like our auto loans with great low rates, home loans for important purchases, and personal loans that help you consolidate debt into one low monthly payment. So if you're ready for a better banking experience, drop by a branch, visit Regions.com/loans, or call 1-888-NSNAP and switch to Regions. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
Glory, glory, red and black wins today, 55-7 between the hedges. Welcome back to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show. Down in the victorious locker room, Chuck Dowdle has huddled with Georgia's Mark Richt. AT&T sponsors our first question with Coach Richt. Chuck, take it away.
Thank you so much, Hondo. Yeah, here in the locker room, and Coach Rick has just finished addressing the team, and obviously some very happy young men and a very happy head coach. Coach, congratulations. Great start for the 2010 season.
It was a good start. Thank you, and just a credit to everybody involved. You know, there's so many people that it takes to put together a team and put together an effort like that, and not just coaches and players, but just want to thank everybody for the job they did, and thank the Bulldog Nation for coming out and really supporting us.
Two things that I think that you had to be real pleased with. One is you won the turnover battle. Two is that the defense, with the exception of one mistake, just outstanding today.
Yeah, defensively, they really just stifled Louisiana Lafayette. Like you say, we had one mental error, and one mental error could be the difference in 7 points or a shutout. And so we got to learn from that. But overall, just a super job of shutting them down where they really didn't have much hope of winning this ball game.
At the half, I asked you to assess the play of your young quarterback, Aaron Murray, but I thought he did overall a really good job of managing that game for you, and I'm sure you're pleased with his performance.
He did well. There's definitely some things he can learn from, and we've already pointed those out, and we'll probably see a few more things in the game that he can learn from. And then Hudson Mason, of course, got a chance to play, and of course, first throw was a touchdown, which is kind of nice, and then by the time the game was over, he heard the wrath of Coach Bobo a little bit on a couple of decisions, but that's just part of learning and growing up.
Can you talk a little bit about that interception? I saw you turn around. Sanders coming made the one-handed pick, and you turned around. You were looking almost in disbelief.
Yeah, from my angle, it was hard to tell if he actually came down with it. You could tell he was bobbing it around, and then I saw that he did get it. And Sanders he's just a tremendous athlete, great football player, great baseball player. He's got tremendous ball skills. And I'm not surprised that he was able to bring that in.
Let's talk about some of the other individuals. Chris Durham stepped up big time for you, and that's the sort of leadership that you expect out of him, and you had to feel happy after, I think he told me, 707 days since his last. I mean, he knew exactly.
Yeah, it's been a long time for him, and he's been practicing tremendously well. He's been leading our guys all throughout the summer workouts and through camp, so I was glad to see him get a chance to play well, get a bunch of balls thrown his way, and make most of them.
And then Logan Gray. I know you had to feel great for him.
Well, Logan just practiced so well, and then he sprained his ankle and got a little bit behind the 8 ball as far as not getting enough reps. And I still don't think he's 100% on his ankle right now, but he did make some plays. Definitely got the 1 touchdown pass from Hudson, and overall did a very good job.
When you looked at your offense today, was everything thrown in there, or were there some things held out?
Well, we didn't put a tremendous amount in the plan. We had plenty to play the game, and there's still things we didn't call, I'm sure, but we try not to overwhelm anybody with the plan, especially Murray. But we know that no matter what happens during practice, no matter how much it seems like they know and understand, the closer you get to the game, the more they tend to forget, and the more you need to just throw out to calm them down and make sure they're really comfortable.
What did you say to him, to Aaron Murray specifically, as he would come off on series? Is that what you try to do, just make sure that he was staying calm?
Well, I didn't talk to him every time. But the times I did, I was just trying to encourage him to understand that, if you're out of the pocket and there's not much chance of gaining any yards or many yards, there's no point in trying to turn it upfield, get 3 yards, and then get splattered, Let's just throw the ball out of bounds, come back and play another down. And the one time where he did try to throw the ball away, but he decided to throw it out of the end zone. He didn't have enough on it. The ball should have been picked. And even that last touch, when he scored that touchdown right before the half, there was only 8 seconds on the clock. We did have a timeout, so we felt like we had time to run a play, but not for him to drop back, look around, scramble, and then go all the way to the end zone. If he got knocked out at the 1, we get no points. So as exciting as that was, he's got to understand that, if it's not there and you have to get into a scramble situation, we need to burn the ball and kick the field goal, because we could have easily come out of there with 0.
All right, we're going to give you a chance to take a break here. We're going to have a lot more with Coach Rick, so stay with us. But Hondo, back to you. Thank you, Chuck. Under Coach Mark Rick, this is the most points that Georgia has scored in an opening game in his 10-year tenure. Georgia has scored 48 points 3 times, 45 points in an opener twice. Today, 55 against Louisiana Lafayette. Most points in an opener for Georgia since 1998, when we hung 56 on Kent State. And if you're wondering when's the last time we got up to this many points, just a couple of years ago, 56 points against Central Michigan in 2008 and 62 at Kentucky in 2004. More with Coach Rick and Chuck Dowdle from the locker room in just a minute. 55-7, the final score. Georgia over Louisiana Lafayette. We'll have more with the Regions Bank Locker Room Show after these words. This is Georgia football from ISP.
Everyone knows that Geico can save you money on car insurance. You'd have to be living on Jupiter not to know that. Want to talk discounts? Geico's got a list of discounts as long as a gorilla's arm, including good driver discounts, multi-car discounts, and discounts for auto safety features. In short, Geico's out to save you as much money as humanly possible. Scratch that. As much money as inhumanly possible.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you hundreds on car insurance.
G Extra has changed our name to GTV. We've moved to a new and improved online video player. GTV is the new home for the most online audio video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports. GTV brings you live game coverage, press conferences, inside analysis, feature interviews, highlights, and more. Log on to www.georgiadogs.com/all access. With GTV, you're a fan, no matter where you live.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
1 second, that's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone, an interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Georgia Bulldogs, there's no better source than GeorgiaDogs.com, the official website of Georgia Athletics. GeorgiaDogs.com provides detailed content and results on all Bulldog teams with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Georgia Bulldogs. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com and make it your start page each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com.
55-7, Dogs over Louisiana Lafayette. More with Coach Rick following this station identification. This is Georgia football from ISP. Everybody smiles in the east end of Sanford Stadium. This segment with Coach Rick is presented by the Georgia Farm Bureau. The Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance Companies, real auto, home, and life coverage. Helping you is what we do best. Now back down to Chuck Dowdle. Chuck?
Thanks a lot, Hondo. Yeah, I'm back down here in the locker room. Coach Rick getting some refreshment here to kind of cool off. And did you get a chance to look over the stats yet?
A little bit. I saw that, let's see, who's our leading tackler here today? Unofficially, Bakari Rambo was 6, and Dent had 6. Doughton and Sanders Cummings had 4, and then a bunch of guys had 3, and then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tackles for loss, which is awesome. Had 3 picks, 1 for a touchdown, and about 5 pass breakups. So an awful lot of very positive plays. I guess we didn't have quite that many tackles for loss because some of them counted as a half. So we had 9 tackles for loss, but that's fantastic, and 3 sacks.
Well, and you had great push up front on defense. And I know Coach Grantham was real happy, with the exception of the one play where he wasn't real happy. But the rest of the way, he was pretty pleased with what he saw.
Well, he was, because the guys were locked in and playing extremely hard and physical and disciplined. And, you know, we did have the one issue on the touchdown pass that killed us. But other than that, it was outstanding. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe there was a penalty on the defense. There was a block punt attempt that we, kind of an aggressive play where we roughed the kicker, which we, got to do a better job on. And then we had at least 3, we had 4 penalties on offense. 3 we jumped off sides, I believe, and 1 we didn't line up. We didn't get a receiver lined up on the line of scrimmage one time.
And aside from that final score, if there's anything that's going to make a head coach happy, it's these 2 things. One is you didn't have anybody to be seriously injured. That's terrific. I mean, I'm sure you had little minor bumps and bruises, but it seemed like everybody was in good shape. And two, you saw an awful lot of kids play. A lot of kids got out on the field.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to see everybody get a chance to play, and you learn some things too. You might find out this guy deserves more playing time when he gets his chance, and he does a great job. But overall, 5 penalties, 30 yards, not awful. We certainly can get better there, and then we won that turnover ratio, like you mentioned earlier, and that's huge for Georgia. We got to turn that around, and got a good start.
And Coach, the weather real pleasant today. I mean, not the brutal heat that we've experienced, and I know you were a little concerned about that because the practices had actually you've gotten breaks in practices with some rain and some cloud cover.
Right. Early in camp it was brutal, and we're thinking we're ready, and we were ready in the heat, and then it, like you say, it got cool for about 7 to 10 days, and I'm thinking if this heat wave comes back again, we may struggle. But as it turned out, this was the coolest day of the week, and we caught a break. I don't think we can anticipate that next week from what I've looked on the long-term forecast.
Yeah, Columbia always tough, and it's always tough because South Carolina is generally playing there, and that's a huge problem.
Well, they sure looked good on TV the other night. I think any Bulldog fan who saw that has an awful lot of respect for what they saw, and I know I do, and our players saw it too. So hopefully they'll see something in our tape that they'll feel like they need to respect us too.
And one of the things you mentioned to the team here is let's get ready for conference play.
Right. As soon as I knew that the game was in hand, and I wasn't quite sure exactly when that moment was, but late third, early fourth quarter looked like there's no chance of Louisiana Lafayette to win the game, and I began to start to think about South Carolina conference play, Eastern Division, because winning the league's what it's about.
Got to win the first one to win them all. Coach, congratulations.
Thank you, Chuck.
Appreciate that very much. Head Coach Mark Richt. Hondo, we'll get it back up to you, and a little bit later on you'll be hearing from Defensive Coordinator Todd Grantham.
Can't wait for that, Chuck. Thank you very much, and thank you to Coach Richt, and congratulations. 55-7 Dogs put the hammer to Louisiana Lafayette. The Raging Cajuns probably raging at the way they played today as Georgia improves to 1-0 on the Virgin season. The Regions Bank Locker Room Show will continue from Sanford Stadium. We'll come back with Scott Howard, Eric Zier, and then off to the Hotel Indigo for your calls. Lots to come. This is Georgia Football from ISP.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, handcrafting every relationship to make sure it's exactly what you want and need in a bank, with some pretty cool products and features like Life Green Checking, mobile banking, and online banking with bill pay. So if you're ready for a bank that's dedicated to making your banking experience easier and even more rewarding, switch to Regions. Go to regions.com/open today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. Minimum opening deposit required. See individual account disclosures for details.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission, 404-656-4501, or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
Here's a little test on a subject we like to call Toyotanomics. What's the common denominator of 31 and 16? The Toyotanomics event. 31 days of amazing deals on 16 different Toyota models, like the 2011 Camry. Now get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 90 days. The Toyotanomics event. It's all our best thinking under one roof. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between August 3rd and August 31st, 2010. Toyota. Moving forward.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
That's the sound of someone eating a new McDonald's Angus snack wrap while walking down a city street. Although easier to handle than the Angus Third Pounder, it too comes in deluxe, mushroom and Swiss, or bacon and cheese, all overflowing with delectable toppings. And that demands one's undivided attention. That's the sound of that same someone falling into a manhole. Angus axiom number 2. Don't walk and chew Angus at the same time. The simple joy of Angus. At participating McDonald's.
I'll admit it proudly, I am a Gator hater. Hey there, Neil Hondo Williamson for AirTran Airways, the official airline of the away game. And AirTran is blocking high fares right now so that you can fly to Jacksonville this October to support the red and black. Go to airtran.com now to book your ticket. And don't forget to upgrade to AirTran's always affordable business class. Go to airtran.com where you'll always find their lowest fares and no booking fee. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you. Bulldogs spank Louisiana Lafayette 55-7 between the hedges. Boy, what a gorgeous day, huh, man? Just beautiful.
Terrific.
Yeah, just a beautiful day. This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Show, and we're broadcasting from the Larry Munson broadcast booth in Sanford Stadium. Went by and saw Muntz about a week ago, and he's just doing fine. Everything's good, and has a birthday coming up soon. He's going to be 80 years old. I didn't let him know, Larry. Anyway, Regions Bank is the official bank of the Southeastern Conference, for those of you who don't know. Eric Zier, Scott Howard, and Hondo back with you. And, Scott, let's start with you. Give me something good as we go over the stats from our defense today.
Well, defense was pretty flawless today, other than, as the coach talked about with Chuck in the locker room, the one breakdown on the long touchdown pass. But looking at the numbers, I mean, I like, one, the pressure that Georgia got, 9 tackles for loss. You had 3 sacks, and you had 3 interceptions, and all those are kind of intertwined. So you had a very aggressive defense today. A lot of guys making stops, a lot of guys around the football. For the debut of the new defensive scheme, I think it was very successful.
Z, how about offense?
Boy, a lot of things I like on the offensive side of the ball. We'll start with Aaron Murray. We've talked about him quite a bit, but to step in his first game, 17 out of 26, 160 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns. Did have the 1 interception, but that really wasn't his fault. I guess all things equal out because he had the 1 throwaway that may have been picked. But all things told, a great performance coming out of the gate. A few other things that I really liked: 184 yards running the football, and then time of possession, 33 minutes, 27 seconds we held the ball today. A lot of that has to do to the defense that Scott just talked about. But all things told here, a very good job and very good performance by our offense.
Well, I'll take special teams then, and I was impressed by our kickers, that's for sure. Blair Walsh with 13 points today, 7 for 7 on his extra points. His field goals, 52 and 48 yards, both into the wind today. We had a gust coming out of the west, as Scott mentioned often during the game, and quite a breezy day. And Drew Butler punted today 6 times with an average of 47 yards per punt, and he punted into the wind at least 4 times, maybe 5, but I counted at least 4. So our kickers did a terrific job, I thought, and our kick coverage and punt coverage units did a wonderful job as well. Well, gentlemen, South Carolina next week. Early thoughts on that one, Mr. Voice of the Dogs?
A brutal SEC battle. You know, that's what I'm expecting, and I hope that Georgia can go with a full supply of ammunition next week. We're going to need everybody.
Eric Zier, Steve Spurrier gets an extra 2 days to prepare for Georgia. Does it matter that much this early in the season?
I think it matters some, but this early in the season, it's not going to be as impactful as it would be a little bit later on in the season. They're going to be ready to play. They've got a great football team, and it's going to be the first time for many of our guys in this new scheme in a hostile environment. How are we going to play at that point in time? And then with the young quarterback, played great today, Aaron Murray did, but first time going on the road and going into Columbia. That's one of the loudest stadiums in the Southeastern Conference that you can play in. It's going to be a different world. We'll see how we react then.
Well, let's go get the Gamecocks, that's for sure. Our airtime next week is 8 o'clock. That will be from the Hotel Indigo, but we'll also be on site in Columbia at Williams-Brice Stadium. Right now, though, there's so much more Bulldog programming for you because Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler are standing by at the Hotel Indigo. They're going to take your calls, give you scores from all around the nation, and a whole lot more. Thanks for tuning in today. A great season opener here from Sanford Stadium. For Scott Howard and Eric Zier, Chuck Dowdle, our sideline reporter, Charles Young's our engineer, and thanks to Charlie McAlexander and to DJ Jones for joining the broadcast this year. And, of course, David Shoemate back in our studio, who's our producer as well. This is Neil Hondo Williamson. We'll see you next week from Columbia. Final score once again, Georgia 55, Louisiana Lafayette 7. This is Georgia football from ISP.